Greetings, everyone. This is a special edition of Have Your Say. Mr. Tony is going to be our moderator, and this edition we're going to call it Rant. So, Mr. Tony is going to be the moderator. If you're listening to us, please join us. I'm going to send the link. I'm going to share the link for everyone to join. So, we want to talk about a topic that has impacted us over the week and as we're coming to an end. So, but I just want to remind everyone that Mr. Tony is going to be the our special moderator. Um, Let me share the link. Please give me a minute while I do that. So can you guys hear me? So if you can hear me, could you please comment at the comment section? I'm having a problem with my audio. I don't know what is going on. Hi. Can you guys hear me? Yes, Mr. Tony, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, I'm going to stay. You're going to be the moderator. Whatever you want to discuss, I've shared the link for the viewers to join. I've made the announcement that you're the one in charge. Whatever you want to discuss at your own discretion. So I will leave it up to you. So I'll be backstage bringing people in. And for those people that are the backstage, please go to the comment section. This is a new segment because when the segment gets to a particular hour, we have to end it and start a new one. So please click on the link on the comment section to join this so that Mr. Tony can moderate and you guys can continue where you left off backstage. Thank you. So, Mr. Tony, while I'm waiting for them to bring come on, what would you like to discuss while I'm here with you, sir?
I think that maybe we can continue with the two issues that we focused on. One, managing our accidents, road accidents.
Mm-hmm.
There are issues that are surrounding that. We're probably looking at scenarios and looking at solutions. And then the other topic we'll probably look at would be the fire incident, which we also discussed. Uh, we can Let's see how our suggestions can carry us to trying to decipher some of the causes of fires in high-rise buildings. What are the issues, and what will be our suggestions as to escape, as to dealing with, ensuring that people come out safely? What provisions are necessary? What things are we supposed to know when we are in an environment where there's a crowd, or where how do we deal with escaping from areas where we have emergency, particularly when it comes to fire? So issues surrounding those two topics we would look at and see
So the
what
question I
suggestions
wanted
are
to do
available.
ask you, could you please give tell us the building that Balogun fire thing, since we want to discuss, you want to touch on it. What really happened? What do you know that you can share with our viewers that are watching? How what led to the fire? How did the building and what made the fire to spread that fast?
Well, I don't know exactly the details, but I usually, if you go by past experiences, sometimes it's electrical, it could be AC fire, it could be, yeah, essentially most of the time it's electrical. Um, and the some of the reasons would be probably circuits that are overloaded, and when you have that run for a fairly long time, you have the circuit breaker would trip, and usually what people do, sometimes they bypass it, or some cases you have circuits that are not working properly. So but generally those things will result to fire. But I'm just speculating. But what I'm interested more in is how do we approach such situations? If we find ourselves in high-rise buildings, you know, there are procedures that if you are in a high-rise building, walking or you are a visitor, there are certain steps that you need to take just in case there's an emergency. And most people don't know that. When you are in a crowd, where you sit, is important. And even the seating arrangements in such places is also very, very important. Um, because we have had situations where people just visited the building and then there's an emergency and they don't know how to get out. So what do you do? How do you get out? How do you escape a building when there's a fire emergency or any emergency for that matter? So it's critical because I see that is that fire awareness, how to deal with situations like that, are things that people are not conscious about. We don't want to go into the areas of CPR. What do you do? How do you, someone who has inhaled a lot of carbon monoxide, how do you help? But basically, the small, small tips as to what you do when there's emergency, is important because it will help a lot. Because the place we're talking about, Balogun, is a place where you have buildings that are very, very old. Access to those places is a problem. Some of them don't conform to town planning laws and regulations. There are places where fire trucks can't access. And you're dealing with all manners of people who don't even know that some of the things that they are doing is unsafe. So, blocking exits, and all that. So these things make it very, very difficult. Stairways, how many of them do you have? How do you exit? So those are things that people do and they are not aware of the implications when there's emergency. And there's always a thinking it will not be me, it can't happen to me, it can't happen to me. But we see these things happen all the time. And it's important that these small, small tips, are well known to us, especially since we are not as developed. Awareness is not as much of as those who are abroad, where you have well planned, laid out streets. You have, fire systems, both as automatic extinguishing systems and manual extinguishing systems. You have fire hydrants where you can draw water. These are some of the things that are lacking, in our environment. But even with that, I think it's important that we know how to, navigate through all those things to safety when there's emergency. So those are part of the things that I'm looking
Thank
at
you
that
so
we can
much.
discuss.
I would like to bring Ify to this conversation. Ify, Ndewo, one name why. My what is your opinion? This is what breaks my heart. Three family members lost their life. One family, three people died in this fire. And I the report we had that they keep making call for help. So, Ify, what is your opinion and what do you have to say in regards to this conversation?
I agree with what Tony said. I mean, this issue of emergency fire services, how many do we have in Nigeria? Have you been to, when was the last time you went to Balugwada?
Ify, I don't know where Balogun is, so because
Okay, okay,
we could
all
leave
right.
it.
So you will not understand. I'm
Yeah.
even trying to imagine how the ambulance is going to get into that market. I'm trying to understand how the ambulance is going to get into this market, especially during the festive period. Did you see the crowd? I don't know. I don't think I saved that picture on my this thing where somebody took a picture of the crowd during the prior to this Christmas season. There is no way people can't even. People were just pushing each other. So how do you expect a emergency vehicle in case of emergency if they ever have one? Anyway, I don't think I've ever heard that something is happening and then the emergency vehicle arrived. It's gonna be one thing or the other. Say that they might not have money to, there is no gas in the car, or they have bad roads. It will be one thing or the other. So honestly, I hate to say this, but at this point, I don't even know what to say about Nigeria. I can't tell you one thing we are doing right or we have gotten right. Not even one thing. Like he talked about overload. I just came back from Nigeria, and even at home, you will see extension, and they have so many stuff, hooked up to the extension. It might be like what is it called, power banks and all that stuff, rechargeable fan. So now he said it actually makes sense. I'm like, oh my god, these people. I mean, you know. But I know at work, if you bring anything outside, because sometimes we go to work with, those small portable heater. They've warned us not to bring it again at work. So if they see you, unless you hide yours, some people still bring it and they hide it. Because these are the type of thing that can bring, that can cause this electrical problem. And it's nothing far. If that, I'm sorry you haven't been to Balogu. That if you've been to Balogu Market, eh?
What I heard is that's a very expensive market where the big people, if you go there to shop, is that true? Maybe I'm wrong. They
They
said
have
things
the
there,
that's the biggest
fabrics,
one in
like
Lagos. They have
fabrics
the
are very
Balogun. Yeah,
expensive over there.
yeah, the Balogun. Yeah, you can come to one shop, and if you look at the electrical circuit, you can see like 200 or 500 things plugged. How can you even differentiate? So everybody come and just plug their own. So far there is electricity, boom. Refrigerator, boom. Iron, boom. Heater, boom. Rechargeable lantern or fan, boom. You will come to one small shop that is maybe as wide as this my hand, but what they will plug in that small circuit will shock you. So I'm not surprised. I'm so sorry for what happened to this family, but it's not far from what goes on every day in our country, Nigeria. And you ask yourself, because it hasn't touched you, especially the leaders, they don't care. They don't care. Somebody made a video, Dr. Zoe made a video and said that, and was asking if Festac and there's another part in Festac that he mentioned, whether they're still part of Lagos. It seems like those areas, they've been forgotten. So he started saying he remember when Festac used to be Festac or whatever in 1980s, the best place to live in Lagos. Now is the worst place to live in Lagos, the way he described it. And we have a governor who is busy chasing the president everywhere he goes. And you have local government chairman and all that stuff. And you ask yourself every day, what do these people do? Accidents happen every day in Lagos. Every day. When I mean every day. People die every day. And nobody's held accountable. Who are you going to hold? But we all here, we all live in diaspora. At least you know somebody you can hold. But there is no accountability in Nigeria. So I don't know. Unfortunately, I feel sorry for the family that lost their lives. And I heard that there are 3 brothers from the same parents as I heard. I'm not sure, because they all have the same last name. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to this question, Ada. If I do, I will answer. I don't know, Tony. If you do, please tell us. You can't do anything right in Nigeria.
I just want to, Mr. Tony, before you say, I just want to say to the viewers, Mr. Tony is the moderator. I've moved myself. So, Mr. Tony, whoever you want to talk, okay. I'm a panelist. I'm not a moderator, please, sir. So, Recolonization just joined us. So, sir, you're the one in charge. So, I just want to say that. So, to our viewers watching, welcome. This is a special edition of Have Your Say. Feel free to join us. And Mr. Tony is our special moderator for this evening. Welcome to this special segment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Adama. Revolution, thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Please, point of correction, recolonization, please.
Oh, oh, you changed your name. Sorry, recolonization. Okay. Okay, welcome. Happy New Year. Yeah, yes. Now, I don't know, we are not told, I don't know the details as to whether you have even basic extinguishing systems in the building. Because before you have any fire, it will start first from a very incipient stage until it becomes a conflagration, you know. But I find out that a lot of people don't even know how to use a fire extinguisher or what proper fire extinguisher to use for electrical fire, if that was the case. Do you think revolution? I don't know how much of the incident, in Balogun, this fire incident that you know, but do you think that on our own, just not depending, waiting for the fire service to come, when a fire starts, there are people who will see it, and there's a stage where you can apply very simple, maybe multi-purpose fire extinguishers to extinguish the fire. Okay, I don't know if this was done. I don't know if there were fire extinguishers in that place before it developed and engulfed the entire place. So I put this question to you: do you think that people are properly schooled on how to handle some of those basic appliances that can save lives and save a building?
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Happy New Year to everybody. Madam Dr. Adama,
Adama.
respect you. And to be honest, I've been listening to you guys from Anthony Joshua topic till now. And thank God you said something that make me so happy. You say, do you think that the people have enough education to control those things, to be able to use a fire extinguisher if they have one? You understand? Because they are simple, but you have to know how to use it before you can bring out what's inside. You understand me? If you see the name I will be using from now on, please, I hope you forget that revolution, because we have tried to beg you people to come out and let us revote when I say no.
We don't like it.
So when I say no one revote, nobody want that. So now we want to change them now, because I'm here this year to find a solution. Not be only talking again.
Amen.
Not be only to talk again. We don't talk tire for that country. Everybody, I hear all the submission when I give different experiences and whatever. Some people say no give bribe. How you no go give bribe when somebody carry gun? They tell you so, boy. Police, so don't be saying I'm robber. Now police way they tell you so, boy. Settle and go inside midnight. You go say you no go give, and if they shoot you, nothing go happen. They go just dump you somewhere, or even carry you go station. Say they see you they go plant anything on you and say whatever. Nobody will ask them. So my own level now be say, I know say when I will go school go attack me, or which one this guy they talk self. How you say me go bring British people again to come, or even Chinese to just come take over government for Nigeria? Waiting they worry these bros, or the one where Trump do, where everybody one die put inside. Nigerians cannot take care of. We are not educated in that country. Because when I talk about education, I don't mean say, okay, you be engineer, you be this, you be that. That is not education to my own life. Because I've seen countries, even in West Africa, where no reach Nigeria at all. But when you go there, you go see things they go right. You know what I mean? If you get problem, you see officer, you talk to them, he go work, he go do what you want without asking you anything. He go first give you that service self. West Africa, they talk some countries. A country like Gambia, for example, if you go there, say you go tire, you go say, now this country be this. You understand me? Their justice, their judge for Gambia, I don't know whether it's still there in Nigerian. You understand? I don't know whether they don't get up to the level of education to provide chief justice for themselves. But when you go to those kind of countries, for example, you go see things they work. I don't say police know they chop bribe there, but the type of bribe where they go chop there, they go don't give you police service first. You understand me? So if you look about Nigeria, Nigerians many people don't talk how to solve Nigerian problem, but the problem no they solve. Because the Nigerian people, within whether you be Igbo, like people where they say make we divide Nigeria. If you people, we will be investigators. I'm not an trained investigator, but it's a hobby to study why this thing they happen, why that thing they happen. We don't study Europeans, Nigerians living in diaspora. The worst people I have met in my life, Mr. Tony and Ife, I saw them in Europe. The worst Nigerians where me see personally. Now Europe, I see them, not before Nigeria. So now that place me, I can't give up. Say, with all the experience where you come up from Nigeria, go to another man country, see how life they be. You still be like this. I can't tire finish. Say, yeah, then something is wrong. So now I'm looking for the solution. That story where now they talk, I was listening to VOP where they hear the voice of those guys where I say where die so where they make emergency call. Say make one, say make them say now one stone block the road. Make them go call Fulani. Make them come remove the stone, make him come out. And they say we be Nigeria. They say we are the greatest of where we take become greatest of Nigeria. Where that word come from, self, I don't know. And to end up, before I leave now make una talk, we say the time when Nigeria was Nigeria in football, we had foreign coaches. You understand? Because those foreign coaches, they go fit deal with Nigerians with open heart. That's why they call recolonization of Nigeria. Now we need now. Who go come take us out of this problem? Now we need. Not be dividing. We need a neutral force where we say when they enter, if you talk nonsense, if not to catch you, throw you inside the pit of shit, say now there you go give example for others to respect themselves. They throw you put there. If they go tie you for stick, stay there till you die. They go tie you for others to learn. That's what I want to say, because there's no solution to Nigerian problem. We have tried that. Look at look at P2B, a disgrace of human dignity. He stood alone with the Nigerian people. He won an election. Okay? They take it, the people where take him from him now he don't go back, go join. Everybody, they clap hand. Oh, P2B, he make a right decision. How can you make a right decision when you are dealing with somebody like El-Rufai? Now there you go join them. You're expecting those type of people to change. It's like telling the terrorists of Nigeria, when they complain, say they say repentant terrorists. So P2B, they assure us now, say, those guys will destroy Nigeria, David Mark them, all these bad people, Atiku them. When Deborah die, we know what in the tweet before people shout a remover. Now P2B, our darling, go join them, and when they expect something good to come from there.
Let me ask you something, bro. So what do you expect P2B to do?
What I expect P2B to do?
Point? Yeah.
Let me tell you what P2B should have done.
Okay.
There are Madam Ezekwesili there. I think she have a party. There is Prince Adebayo where they come up. I think he get party. There's Showore in that places. They get party. People where we know say their hands say they clean. You know see those people to join because probably you go get that difficult there. He prefer to go join thieves. He prefer to join thieves, criminals, people who destroy Nigeria, and there you go join. That is the answer to that question, Ify. Thank you.
Okay, I don't want us to move away from our focus, but I'll just ask you this question and then we can get back to our real topic. I want to ask you, recolonization. Is there a party where in Nigeria where you get saints all through? They don't get sinners for the party.
Oga Tony, make I tell you one thing. Make I answer that your question with very short answer. If we they do the same thing over and over and over again, they claim say because your belief now is say maybe Showore is not a clean guy.
No, no, no,
Or
no, no. I'm just asking. I say, is there a party where everybody where they there and are good people?
now they try to answer that question in my own way now. And they try to tell. So you are now trying to tell us now, we where they mention Shore name, they mention Ezekwesili name, and all these people, Prince Adebayo, people where come out, where they're hungry to change Nigeria. Una feel say those people are not important.
So they are sent.
The people where they're important, na Atiku, na Amechi, na that place you think say they go change. Well,
No. Recognition. You're not answering my question. My question is yes or no. If there's a party where everybody there is a saint and they are not sinners, if you can point to that party, then I think it will be good. Maybe Nigerians will begin go there.
then Nigeria no go there now because wetin I dey talk now, you know one understand me. I dey mention people name. You see,
No,
they ask me again
you're mentioning individuals. I'm saying a party. An individual doesn't make up a party.
Excuse
You know,
me,
you get a group of people. So, is
my
there a
brother,
party in Nigeria
my brother.
where everybody will be there and are saints, no sinners?
The problem of Nigeria is leadership. I want to start with to answer your question from that one. When you see a leader, like maybe Peter Obi now, where they believe say he's a clean guy, he's a leader. Nigerian gave him that support 2023. He messed up because if he say he no one fight rough, make we go court, make we follow Nigerian system, make we pray, make we do this thing. After when he prayed that prayer finish, everything failed. Now, to answer your question, the question you they say which party they clean. The leadership of this party is why they call you, they tell you people now. Now people will get leaders where they clean and leaders where know the job. It is not only being clean. You have to know they're educated enough to handle management of a country. I don't know whether I tried to answer that question.
Okay. I don't hear you, but we'll go back to the issue. Adama is here, so make I ask Adama. Adama, do you know how to use a fire extinguisher?
Yes, I had to learn how to use it though.
There's a common what is it? Mnemonics. There's a common word.
You mean the
that
word pass or safe? And
exactly,
maybe
exactly.
and they all stand. The letter stands for something. I know.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. That's yeah. Pass. So just this is just for people who don't understand what it means. Pass. P-A-S-S.
Yes. Yeah.
P means pool because there's a pin.
Yes.
Every extinguisher has a pin. Pool. You aim at the base of the fire. That's the base, not the top. The base of a fire from a distance, a safe distance. Okay. Then the first S is to squeeze. Okay. You press the handle down. Okay. And then the last S, is for you as you squeeze, you are, moving the extinguisher left, right to extinguish the fire. So that's pass. That's basically how to operate a fire extinguisher, for small fires, for very small fires, not for fires that have become a conflagration. Because if you do that, you will endanger yourself.
And let's not forget the smoke detectors too.
Yes, that's there are basically two types. There are battery contained, self-contained, they have batteries. So they will beep when they detect smoke. Anybody can buy that. But there's a more conventional system that is wired, for elaborate system.
Like commercial areas and all these places where the sprinkler even comes on.
Yeah, then the sprinkler is a firefighting system. The smoke detector is a fire detection system. So you have basically three types. You have the manual extinguishing system, where you use the extinguishers. Where you use the extinguishers, usually installed strategically. Then you have the fire alarm system, which detects fire automatically. It just detects fire. And then you have the automatic extinguishing system, which detects and extinguishes by itself.
Yes.
And then you have the sprinkler system, you know, which sprinkles maybe water, you know, or gas, depending on, you know, and extinguishes the fire. But they are all together, you know, come under the same purview of, you know.
So, but okay, Mr. Tony, now we're talking about this. Which one is the silent killer among, since we're educating our viewers, which one is the silent killer among them?
You mean the extinguishing systems?
No, in terms of the alarming system, which one do we need more?
Well, I think for both residencies and for offices, you need, first of all, the manual extinguishing system, depending on what you do in the building. You know, because there are fire has classes. There are you know, various classes of fire. So the type of activity that goes on in that building will determine the type of extinguisher that you use. For instance, if you're dealing with paper, textiles, you know, you have an extinguisher that you can use. You know, that's what they call the class A fire. You know, so what you can get what you call DCP, you know, dry chemical powder. You know, usually comes in the color red. You know, so that you can use. There are various sizes that you can have at strategic places, usually close to the exits, your main exit, you know, location. You know, so when there's a fire, you can easily go take them, and then you operate the PASS, the PASS. You pull, you know, you aim, and then you squeeze, you know, and then the last one, you know, as you squeeze, the powder comes out, and then you
But
move
Mr.
the.
Tony, let me stop you right there. We've not mentioned gas.
Now,
gas is odorless.
okay, fine. Now for
And
gas,
that's the most common thing used back home, right? Am I
okay,
wrong?
yes. Now for gas, that's something that is a little bit complicated, because first of all, you find out a lot of people put their gas cylinders in the house, which is very, very wrong. It's very dangerous, because if you see where there's a gas explosion, it can pull down a house. That's very, very dangerous. So
why do you think our people continue to put their gas cylinder in the house or instead of outside the house?
It's supposed to be outside. So you pipe from the outside to the inside, you know. And usually they put it very close to the wall. Even that is not safe, but
it's not safe. Yes.
it's better than having it inside the house, you know. But you have to ensure that, you know, the cylinder that you have is not one of those ones that you know have that have rusted, because that's also a problem. But usually it's preferred to have it outside, you know, and then you run the pipe in. But, you know, to deal with gas fire, which is a question that you asked, the first thing to do if you have a gas fire, you must shut it down. If you use an extinguisher while the gas is not shut down, you're wasting your time. So
and
you
Mr.
must
Tony,
shut
do you
it
know
down.
why I mentioned gas?
Yes.
Gas is odorless, and when you have a leak, that can wipe a whole family out.
So you will hear the
You
smell.
can feel free to come in.
You will hear.
Yeah.
You will hear the smell.
Yeah. And that thing they say about carbon monoxide, you know how you buy the fire is because there's all this thing now. If you have a new construction going on your home, it's no longer fire. You have to have carbon monoxide this thing detector as well.
Yes.
And these things have to be close. Like I have a new construction going. They say it has to be close to where the dryer is. You know
Yes.
how you have your laundry room?
Yes.
They have to be close to it. And
Yes.
when you ask this question, is odorless, and that's something. So in a place like our place where we don't know these things, how do we educate the people? If you can come in, please, Wayoma.
Sorry, I lost you guys a little bit. I was distracted.
Yeah,
So
we're
we're
talking
talking
about.
about in a case that we're talking about pass. He asked me, do you know how to use a fire distinguisher, Ife?
Of course, now we are trained to do that here.
Okay, so how about what kind of this thing do you need in your home other than the fire alarm? You know, the sensor we have. Let's say there is a fire in your home.
Yeah.
I was talking about the carbon monoxide. You know,
Okay.
that detector. So for a place like our place, how do we? Is there a regulation for this? Why are you
And then
laughing?
what is your problem? We haven't even fixed the minor. I mean, the commonest thing we can fix. You're even talking about carbon monoxide and the gas and all that stuff. Come on now. We are going
You
to
heard what Uncle Tony
just
just
start
said. He
with the
said they
basic
bring the
one.
gas.
You
You
know,
see, most time they bring the gas cylinder in the
do we even
kitchen.
have fire extinguisher? That's I heard when I think Tony, right? You mentioned. Did you mention that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we even have
Every house should have a
Okay,
fire
every house.
extinguisher.
That's I
Yes.
understand. In reality, that's what it is, right? But is it possible? No, it is not. You're talking about in a country where minimum wage is how much? $40 a month, where people haven't even eaten, and you're telling them to buy a fire extinguisher. How is that even possible? No,
You see, if you use gas at
I
home,
know all this thing. My
if
brother,
you have money, to buy gas, huh? It should, fire extinguisher comes in sizes. You don't have to buy
my
the very
brother,
big
I
one.
know all these things.
Yes.
Let us
So
start with the basic education to educate
yes,
these people the
that's what we are
importance
doing
of
now.
having these things at home.
Yes.
And even when they understand it, they will tell you, is it the money that I will use to pay for school fees for my children? Or is it the money that I will use to do this or do that? You see, the way I reason, you reason, and that reason, it's not the same way these people reason back home. It's
Yeah,
not.
but if people are educated and they see a reason why they should do certain things, it helps them. These are just tips.
I
Nobody's that.
understand that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come,
Nobody's that.
my
Nobody's
brother.
ask. Nobody's asking them to go and install a fire alarm system or a sprinkler
I
system.
understand that. Come on,
Yes.
we talk about what can the government subsidize for them?
Leave
This
the
is
gov. Leave the government first, because if you wait for the
But
government,
that's what I'm
you
saying. I
wait
did
forever.
not tell my grand aunt in the village, auntie, that you need a fire extinguisher. Now, in fact, even if you give it to them free, somebody can even come there and they will even sell it to neighbor.
They will
And
steal
collect
it. If
money.
you're saying sell it today, they will steal it. What are you talking
They
about?
will steal it. Look at common road, this thing they put on the road. There is this guy, Los Zeus. We could do video. People are stealing it. Irons on the bridges, people are stealing it.
What we're trying to do here is to give people useful tips that will help them. Okay. Now, in the village, what most of them use is firewood. Okay. Those who are able to use gas are probably a little bit well-to-do in the village. Kerosene is expensive. So, and then you don't use the electric cooker because that's even more expensive. So, but we're talking generally about fires. What people need to know, first of all, is that there is something that they can do, first of all, as as first responders to dealing with the issue of fire. Is very, very key. What they do is more important than what the fire department, the fire service is going to do. Because if
Do
you
we have a
deal,
fire department in Nigeria? That's my
it-
question to you,
we
sir.
do, we do, we do. Because if you
Eh?
deal with the fire when it's still small, you stand it helps to preserve, whatever loss that you would have encountered. So if people don't know what to do, some people, when there's fire, they run out and they're screaming. Okay. But there are basic steps that you need to take. First of all, if you understand the principles of fire, there are three things that can cause fire that they have to combine for fire to ignite. If you go to fire chemistry, or you go to if you go to the chemistry of fire, you have to have oxygen. You have to have heat. And then you have to have the spark that will combine with these two for fire to take place. So if you take a candle, for instance, if you light a candle and you cover the candle with a cup, cover the entire stuff, by the time the oxygen there burns out, the fire will extinguish. Okay, that's why you can use water to extinguish some types of fire, because water, contains oxygen. So it's immediately smooths the fire. So you can use water to extinguish some kinds of fire, blankets, papers, carbonaceous fires that generate, they don't go through smoldering, they don't bring out a lot of smoke before they begin to burn.
Okay,
So-
why I asked you that question? Do we have fire departments? You know how we all live here in the diaspora? Your street, my street, there's something called a water hydrant where
Yes.
they test it every month to make sure the water in case
Yes.
of this thing. Sometimes some areas, some states let it flow for the kids at the summer to get wet and everything.
Yes.
Why is it that every fire that happens back home, 80% of the building is gone before the fire people get there?
There are a lot of reasons why. First of all, it has to do with our town planning laws, our town planning regulations. If you look at the fire that we're talking about, the one in Balogun area, you find out that some of the buildings, they are very ancient buildings, and some of them, there's usually no space for even vehicles have to struggle to get in. So there's a problem of access, because those are people have built in such a way that they abuse what should ordinarily be should not be tolerated. And if the state government begins to say in such places they want to implement the town planning laws, they will have to demolish a lot of buildings. So that in itself presents a problem for the fire service to get in. The second problem is water. Now, you talked about fire hydrants. Yes, over here you have fire hydrants located. These are places that are planned. So water is critical to extinguishing fire. Okay, so each time you have the fire service complain that they don't have water, and people shout on them, and they want to tear them to pieces. But if there's no water, there's no water. Because the fire truck that they're going to get has a capacity in terms of how much water it can carry. So if it finishes, if there is nowhere close by where they can replenish, is a problem. So these are, and then of course, if you see some fire trucks that we have in Nigeria, you will laugh, because they are not as equipped as what we know fire engines or fire trucks to be. All the tools that you need to break down, pull down doors and walls and so on, the kind of ladders that they need, even the share paraphernalia in terms of what they put on, and so on and so. It's not there, So there are so many reasons. Like in New York here, the fire department of New York makes a lot of money for the city. They create a lot of jobs for the city, because if you in a high-rise building where that is required to have a fire detection and protection system, there are a lot of people, contractors, that will have to come to work to ensure that the system is working. You have to have the contractor, the fire alarm contractor. You have to have the sprinkler contractor. You have to have the people who will certify. Everybody who would work there will be certified. So you have to go to school. The city will certify you. So the city makes money, creates job for so many people. You have to have electricians. You have to have almost everybody, and those who are selling those equipment also. So you find out that just one building creates jobs for so many people, and creates money for the city. Okay, so unfortunately, that's not the way we are structured. So that creates problem for the fire department, for the fire service. Most of the time, it's really not all entirely their fault because they don't have equipment. Sometimes they don't have access. People will block it. There's access go slows and all that. People don't even understand that when the fire truck is coming and is honking and horning that you should make way. They don't even understand that. Okay, so there are so many challenges that we have. Okay, but that's not excusing them. Government can start somewhere, by planning. Some of those new places, they can start by planning them, to ensure, because if you put together how much Nigeria has lost, for instance, in the past 10, 20 years to fire, just if you're talking about physical assets that Nigeria has lost, not to talk about human life, it's gargantuan. And then how much you now have to, look for to rebuild some of those assets. Some of them you would never ever be able to get them back. So it's quite a lot. And so this is a major industry that the government is supposed to invest in. The way it is in Nigeria today is that you see the fire department as taken from government. But over here, the fire department brings a lot to government and to the people. So that's the difference. So once we can structure and re-engineer the fire service to make sure that they provide training for people, like the kind of things we're discussing here. They have schools where they train people, and then when they finish, there are certain requirements for you. If you want to build a high-rise building, there are certain things that you have to put in the building. Insurance will also benefit from that, because these are all part of it. So there's a bandwagon effect in terms of the gains that you would get. So government can easily see a reason to invest in it because it's something that is going to bring money, not take away money. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tony. I want to bring Ife to this since she's a medical practitioner, and I want to recognize this. Given our last segment where we talked about AJ Anthony Joshua, Ife, by your assessment of the video and what you watch, can you point out 3 things you see that was done wrong on that video? I'm not saying what we should have done. That if you look at it and they say give you assessments as a healthcare professional, what would you say?
Where is the first responders? Again, it boils down to what we said earlier. I think, Tony, you were here. How many ambulances do we have? What's the distance? Because wherever in your house, Ada, you will call for 911 in less than 10 minutes. They will be there. Is it possible in Nigeria? No, it's not. So you're talking about first responders. You're talking about bad roads. The distance, even if it's going to take them 10 minutes, that 10 minutes might even be more than 1 hour for them to get there just because of bad roads. So we have a long way to go, sis. A long way. A long way. And that's why when people say, may Nigeria never happened to you, may Nigeria never happened to you indeed. I just came back from Nigeria. I was there for 1 month, from November 14th to December 14th. Nothing has changed. In fact, the Nigeria I left in January is better, or rather was better, not even is. Now I'm going to refer Nigeria as past, than the current Nigeria now. It has gotten worse.
Is that bad?
Everybody's getting angry. Everybody wants money. Yes, I'm telling you, Ada. I left in January. I went back in November. Came back in December. It has gotten worse. And guess what? It's not going to get no better. Like I always say, I think we just come here just to talk. Because I don't see the need everything we keep saying every day, I don't see any change, the effect of that. And let me deviate a little bit from what you said about Anthony. The only reason why we are talking about Anthony is because he's a celebrity. And like I said, this is everybody's life every day. This happens in Nigeria every day.
Yes.
I said it in the first segment that this thing happened. Tinubu called him. The president called. If it happens to me or you, will the president call us? No. He will not. I said that, let me use the word invade, that America invaded Nigeria. Up until now, we haven't heard from our president. But this thing happened. President was able to call Anthony Joshua. Ogun State governor was able to call Anthony Joshua. And Lagos State governor was able to visit the scene. If it happened to me, you, Tony, and that, would that happen? Would they do that for us? No. It's the same thing. It's not gonna be. I mean, he's getting this thing because he's a celebrity. In fact, there are some people say that they sent a private jet to take him back to London for. I don't know which one is true. So
okay, can I say something? Let me tell you what disgusts me about this whole thing. When the youth are making their reports, we are glad that our son is doing okay. And I'm saying to myself, Jehovah, are the two lives that were lost, are they no human being?
They are somebody's husband, son, uncle.
That's exactly. And if you see the news people,
boyfriend,
we are glad that our son is
in-laws.
doing well. He's seeking treatments. The Lord is his strength. And we lack empathy. We only see that celebrity status. And I said it before. Why do we idolize people and everybody's life doesn't matter? Is that celebrity? Like you say, oh, ego now. Oh,
money.
Ego.
It's all about money. It's all about money. If you have money, money speaketh. But one thing I always tell people, I'm grateful to God. Well, I don't know where the death is going to meet me. I don't know. It can meet you anywhere. Air, on the road. Your next minute is not guaranteed. So that is who Obonaji. If long or to take anywhere at any point in time. The only thing I will blame the driver, because looking at the extent of the damage that happened to that car, you can tell that driver was actually overspeeding. If you see the extent of the damage, I'm like,
And okay, Uncle Kenny, let me bring you into this conversation. You know, here, that kind of wreck, they'll test you immediately for alcohol. Mm-hmm. I've not heard that part. Mm-hmm. I'm saying from my experience, this is a personal story that happened to my brother. His driver drank more than my own brother. And I'm saying to him, what do you mean? He said this driver was so drunk that our cousin said, you can't drive. So this accident happened in broad daylight. Here in the diaspora, they don't care whether it's at night. And I'm saying to myself, nobody has been saying alcohol. Have they tested this level of alcohol? Because you know this thing they call all this Alamo Bitter. Those things have alcohol in it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this driver consumed these things like it's water.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Doctor, there's a level of, even the breathalyzer that is used, there's a level of alcohol that will be detected that is unacceptable, because, as a doctor, there are a lot of drugs now and drinks that, do have some quantities of alcohol, But my problem with the position of road safety in terms of how quick it took them to make a submission is that I don't think that you wait to gather all the evidence before you can conclusively say. You don't just look at the impact before you can conclusively say that this would have been, especially since they were not there, this would have been what happened. You may need eyewitness. You may need to do this test that you're talking about. You may also want to find out If there was an explosion, I mean the tire, if you lost a tire, you also have to look at the speed. If they were speeding. And then you also have to, thank God there are people who are alive. You may also need to have some talk with Anthony Joshua and with the driver. And so when you put all those evidence together, then you can conclusively say that this is what happened. But to just jump and just say, oh, it was speeding and so on, even if the people told you that, I don't think that is how investigations are conducted. So
That's
that's
not what
where I think they were too much in a haste to take away the blame for themselves or from anybody and put it on the driver or on whoever. Because if you had a word with Anthony Joshua, maybe when he was in hospital, after they have stabilized him, to say, what really happened, he might, be able to give, I don't know if that was done, he might be able to also give some very valuable information as to what happened. And then when you put all that together, before you can even come up with, but they didn't do that because, they just made a statement right there on the spot that this is what happened and this is what happened. And I think it's wrong. I don't think that is best practices. People shouldn't hurry to begin to make statements, particularly when lives are involved. And then
whenever. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Tony.
the other point that I find very, very nauseating is the fact that they had to place those Nigerians. I understand that they are Nigerians where this is right there on the floor. It was a complete eyesore. People were taking pictures and doing that. I don't think that is proper. And so when people begin to speak against what happened there, that is despicable. It's just part of the optics. It's not good. And I think that's where, and then of course, when they were extracting Anthony Joshua from the vehicle, that again was wrong. The way they would have even done more harm in the process of bringing him out. So there are quite a lot of things that were not properly done. And we must say the truth the way we see it. So that's my thinking. You don't jump to begin to apportion blames with that kind of thing. People just died, and then some others are injured, and you're talking about putting blame and not putting other. I don't think that should be the focus. The focus should be how the ones that are alive. What do we do? How do we get them to safely to the nearest hospital and give them treatment and stabilize them? And then the ones that have died, how can we decently, take them? People don't want to see that kind of thing. When I saw it, I was dissociating to me. I just felt too bad. And then the crowd that was there shouting and screaming and doing all that, that's not, they should have pushed them away. You have police people there, you have, push them, take them away, so some distance, because they are of no help. A lot of them are of no help, taking pictures and all that. So because this is a celebrity, and you know that if it's a common person like me, maybe it will not get that kind of exposure. But this is celebrity. So the world is going to focus on it. They're going to be looking for all kinds of things to say about us. So those are the areas where I think that we didn't do well. But here we are. We still need a lot of education to deal with
can
things
I
like
ask
that.
the question? Do any one of us know? Did the driver make it out alive? Yes or no?
So the news is that the driver went to court. The FIRS, whatever, road safety, that they took the driver to court. It was on social media.
If are you serious?
I'm telling you the truth. So now the driver is being blamed based on possible overspeeding. And I know, Tony, I understand where you're coming from. And again, like I said, looking at the extent of the damage to that car, there is no way. Anthony might not really remember, or he may or may not remember what happened and how it happened, because this is going to be a trauma that he has to deal with the rest of his life. It might take him a while to discuss about what, if he remembers what actually happened. So what I'm trying to say is that based on this, the reason why I said that speed might be a factor is because of the car, that car was total. If you look at that car was completely total. Like you said, we don't know, but we are just saying based on the physical evidence we see or we saw at the on social media. So I am not sure, but again, and I keep saying it, honestly speaking, this is what happens every day, every day, every day. I'm not a celebrity. Yeah, Adama, you are, Anthony. Maybe Trump will call you.
Because
It happens
celebrity
to you. I don't know
who
when
is
he's
the
gonna call
celebrity?
me. I'm sure maybe president will call you because I know nobody's gonna call me. So I don't want that to happen to me. I cannot even drive in Nigeria, to be honest with you. I was driving, or I drove a little bit before I came to this country, but not this trip. The one I went to last year, December, not this December. I couldn't even drive from my village to not even up to 2 miles. And I'm like, how do you people do this? Because
They are so impatient. When it comes to that driving,
I'm dealing with your kind of
everyone is
people,
honking.
So
I know New York is known for their horns and their cabs and everything. But my goodness, the impatience in Lagos driving.
not
Everyone
only
is so
Lagos,
impatient.
all of them. Somebody will hum their horn.
Like it's normal. Like it's
You'll be
normal.
like, what the heck is this? What is all this?
Thank you.
And somebody will even hit you. Like me and my brother, we are going to Asaba from Onitsha to Asaba, and this commercial driver hit him. On what is it called? That bridge. The Niger Bridge. Okay, so there was a little bit of traffic, and I'm looking at my brother. Won't you come out? He said, "Hold on, I will come out." We stood there for a little bit before he actually came out, and went and harassed the driver. Like what? And just got in the car. I said, "That's it." And he said, "What do you want me to do?" The only thing he will do is just to get out of the car and beg and beg and beg. Do you even want us to live here? And I was just looking like this. I said, Jesus of Nazareth. Yeah? If it's in America now, you're calling police, you're exchanging insurance and all that stuff. And that's why when you look at I did not see, if I saw 100 cars, 98.99% of those cars, they have cracks and dents, and I did not see any car that doesn't have no dents. I swear, I did not see any car that doesn't have no dents.
Well, that's our maintenance culture and the fact that it's not easy to buy a car these days in Nigeria. But Shola is here. Shola is here. I'm sure Shola, you have been listening. Happy New Year and welcome.
Mr. Shola, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yes. You've been listening. Yes. So go ahead.
I actually wanted to get your number, Adama. I usually don't want to talk about this here. I'm also a physician in Canada. I also work in ER. So I guess you and I were not happy when our friend was saying that regardless of the availability of the ambulance, the people will still not make it. We should be making that kind of statement. I don't want to go back, but at least we should make that statement when we are not qualified to make such statement. That's why we have the paramedics. Here, when there's an accident, the only person qualified to say that person is fine are those who are satisfied to make that comment. People can be on the ground, not because they cry, maybe they just pass out, or maybe but something happened, but the heart is still there. You've not attempted CPR, no resuscitation, nothing. It's just so because they're not moving, they're dead. I mean, in this time of our lifetime, the reason why we come together is to learn what went wrong, how can we do it better? And that's why we're coming together to share our knowledge, our experience all over the world together. People, we're all over the world. Nigerians all over the world practicing. And people are watching us on comment to make. The fact that our politicians and our government have failed us doesn't mean we should fail ourselves. And I'm happy. I'm not happy that this happened to Anthony Joshua and his lost souls. My condolences to them. But I'm happy the world saw our nakedness. They saw that we are not really what we are. We are just trying to paint ourselves right when we are not. We don't have the fundamentals. Basic life, no quality of life. Now, the time between when the ambulance came and when the accident happened, that particular window, what happened? So the people, the street boys went there, they were doing what they knew how to do, which is just go there and do whatever they can do. And now that gap, so there's a problem. That particular window, what do? Do we need to make sure that CPR is mandatory for everybody, either from secondary school or in local government? Need to find out to make sure they train people to know how to do CPR. Here, CPR is not just meant for people that do medics alone. There are paramedics. Before you can do anything, before you can do even lifeguard, you know how to do CPR. So how do we now, that gap, before the ambulance will come, and when the accident happens, we need to find a way to make sure that people who are just going to be too rushed to go help people to know how to do the basic things. These are the things we should be discussing and see how we fill in the gap. How do I just allow people to just run to the scene of accidents and grab what they want to grab? And meanwhile, there are people there who what they want to do is go and steal, not to rescue. To go and steal, see what they can grab from the vehicle, because they know that vehicle.
Mr.
Let's just give it. People in that place are people that are where to do. So we have a lot of things in our hands. So I'm not going to start trying to. I want to see what one thing happened here. We go back and say, what did we do wrong? How best can we manage this situation? They call it debriefing. You go back and do a debriefing. How do we do this in bed? Instead of trying to no, we're not going to do the thing we do best. Those ones are good. What did you do wrong? That's how to improve our services, and that's why you can build a better nation. But if you're not going to come here and discuss how to improve our services, and I want to please beg you guys who are managing this particular show to find a way to bring those ministers. That minister of you can find a way to be either minister of health or Federal Road Safety Corps, any of those agencies, to come speak to us. Perhaps they will learn from us. You know, any one of them. I know it's a systemic failure, but when we have issues like this, let's look for those who are in the helm of affairs, like all of them. Find one of them to come talk to us, see if they can improve. Let's not just root them out. Maybe they will hear us. They will need to help that country, because it's an embarrassment to us in diaspora. Because the way all of us think here, we think alike. When I bring person back home, we say, are we not helping them? You don't see what we see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shola. Thank you, Shola. Well, that's what this platform is all about. Some of those people there will be sincerely willing to help, but you see, they don't know that there are professional ways of handling this stuff, and that in the process of trying to help, you may even cause more damage. I think it's very, very clear that people need enlightenment, and I think that's part of what road safety was supposed to do. To enlighten people on how best to use the roads, and what practices that are not healthy, that are not safe. If road users, whether it's the truck users, whether it's whatever, even pedestrians, we know that there's a failure of governance. That's very, very clear. But on their own, the citizens also need to know that there are basic things that they have to know, that they have to do. I have said here sometime on this platform where I was driving, and then I came to a traffic light. It was red, which means I should stop, and I was waiting. And the people behind me who were honking, pom, 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 pom. I stood because the light hadn't asked me to go. And then somebody pulled out behind me, came to my side, and called me out there, and then drove off. And as he drove off, every other person started driving off. I'm there, I'm standing, my car is there, I'm looking like really I'm not there. So, but these are some of the things that even cause accident by itself. So that culture of obeying the rules, whether somebody is looking at you or not. Because if you imbibe that type of culture, it keeps society going. Everybody is safe. But you don't have a society or a place where it's lawless. First come, if I get there before you, I go. That's why if you have all those type of cars that you're talking about, broken lights, bashed left, right, and center, because everybody wants to go first. Nobody wants to wait, because if you wait, you find out that the man who is trying to obey the law is the villain, and the one that is, quote unquote, fast and so on, is the real guy. So these are some of the challenges that we have, and that's where road safety and all the other organizations that are there to sensitize people and to let them know that we are safer, we are better. If we can exercise some modicum of decency in the way we behave in our homes, on the road, with various provisions that the government has made available, for us. And these are the critical issues. So it's not just about the government, it's also about us and how we relate to some of these things, and how we use them, So, but moving away from there, I see that we have someone. Who is that now? I'm trying to see who we have.
Centric Cast.
Sorry, I can't see you clearly.
Eccentric Cast.
Oh, Eccentric. Okay, you've been posting. Eccentric.
Oh, man.
You've been posting. Yeah, I saw some of your posts, and you are saying
Right.
that you are saying Happy New Year. You are saying that.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, you are saying your position is that there's a way that getting to the scene, law enforcement agents can do an assessment and have an idea of what happened.
That's
Okay?
right.
Yes. So yes, I agree that you can come to a scene and you can deduce, but that's not proof itself, because that you still have to establish. I mean, if you're going to a court, if you're going to prosecute the driver, you must have a concrete evidence that you're going to provide before the judge, not circumstantial evidence. So what I'm saying is that yes, though you may have some of those pointers that this would have happened, but you need to have concrete evidence to back up, those claims before you can establish that this is what happened. I was saying that on that basis, just thinking that way, that the road safety was too quick to come to a conclusion as to what happened. That's my position, but I don't know. The floor is yours, so let's hear your views.
Thank you. So, one of the physics that they use most of the times is momentum, right? Momentum. You have to look at the track, right? You have to look at the track from the tire and the speed and the impact, right? They will use those things to calculate, to kind of come to the conclusion. And of course, they will use they'll also look at if a car impacts, if there's an impact, what car moved from its original position, from point A to point B, right? They will look at that. They'll look at displacements as well. I mean, in this case, it wasn't even that complicated because the car that was hit was idle on the road, right? That car was idle. It was a big truck. It looks like a commercial truck that was parked on the road, in the middle of the road. The driver wanted to maneuver, and he maneuvered and then hit the truck that was idled on the road. So, and if you're looking at the impact, it's easy. Looking at the impact, right? It's easy to deduce that he was going fast. He was going pretty fast, right? I mean, Nigeria doesn't have speed limits. Last time I went there. There wasn't any type of speed limit. like if you were saying, actually, I drove a car and people that were driving commercial buses were hitting me, were hitting my car. You know, I was trying to go very slow and they were trying to pass me. I'm like, you know, I don't know. This situation, right? I think like Shola was saying, right? It's important, right? We can it kind of presents an opportunity, right, to kind of critically look at our road safety in Nigeria, and as well as road constructions, and you know, to use that to kind of create great policies as well, policies and infrastructures that will prevent something like this from happening, right? And you know, United States of America had the same issue, like back in the days, probably in the 20s or whatever, until they figured it out, right? You know, it was after, you know, when they have accidents and problems like this, they will create new laws. But the thing is, those laws has been established, right? Nigeria can copy from those established laws to set up their own road safety systems, which I'm pretty sure they do have them, but implementation is a different problem here. You know, it's easy to create laws, but implementation is always the hardest part, right? And you know, it's a very tragic thing. It's a very tragic event. Actually, someone very close to me had an accident on the first, right? And you know, I assessing the whole situation. I was like, because it was a vehicle homicide. Someone died actually in that car crash. The person was a pedestrian, right? You know, I was looking at, I was like, you know, I looked at the photos. I was like, the pedestrian, you know, there was no pedestrian walkways. There's no pedestrian walkways, right? And this was like in the countryside, in the village. There are no pedestrian walkways. You know, there's this tendencies. You know, people think. I mean, to pave the roads in the village is not a bad thing, right? It helps with transportation, but also it creates problem, right? It creates problem for animals, for other life forms in the village, because the village, you know, it's almost a natural environment. And then the local people there, this is their path to like going to the farms, you know, going to places. But then when they pave the roads for cars, they don't create pedestrian walkways. You know, that's a problem, and it endangers people that walk, people that have to use those roads to walk to like their destination. You know, so these are the things that has to be, you know, bring up. It has to be stressed. People need to talk about it, so the government can do something about it.
Yeah, eccentric. I saw the vehicle, the accidented vehicle, and
Yeah.
I saw the impact. It's really bad.
It's
But
really bad.
do you know if they have a bus tire? Do you know if the driver was tipsy, a little bit high on alcohol? Do you know if there are other maybe extraneous factors that we don't know about? Do you know? Because
I don't know, but I would say the vehicle that was parked, that's the stalled vehicle, actually caused the problem, because the stalled vehicle is actually on the road. It's you know, they don't have it's evading me right now. You know, like the pathway a stalled vehicle could park, right? It was parked in the middle of not in the middle of the road, but on the right side of the road. Some like almost half of the road was taken up by a truck, and the truck was filled with like something. I don't know what it was. And you know, in that type of situation, right? Here in the United States of America, or any developing country, whatever, when a stalled vehicle is on the road, you either tow the car or it will be impounded. In Nigeria, you know, people park cars in the middle of the road, right? And they don't get impounded. And these are something that has to be implemented. You know, if a car gets stalled on the road, you know, something has to be done. They need to put like a sign to show that there's a stalled vehicle on the road. Actually, there has to be a sign few miles from where the car is located, right? To inform people that use the road that there's an obstacle on the road, right? I mean, the guy was speeding for sure, based on the impact. He was speeding, and I don't know if he was under the influence of something. He might be, but why would he? Right? You're carrying a celebrity. Why would he endanger someone's life? But I mean, I've seen worse people do worse things. So
No, I'm just suggesting that they may be coming from a party or something, and they may have had some drink. But I say that to say that unless the road safety are privy to all this information,
Mhm.
then they shouldn't have come to the conclusion that they came just that quick. That's what I'm saying.
No, the
Yeah.
conclusion, you can come at a conclusion based on the evidence, based on the physical evidence there. You know, they made an arrest. They arrested the driver, right? Based on the physical evidence there, it's enough to make an arrest, right? That you know, it's enough evidence. But then you can do further evidence to, you know, maybe charge the person for maybe intoxication, which will lead to like second-degree murder or anything else. But based on the evidence on the ground, the person was at fault. They were speeding, you know, due to the impact of on the car. And of course, like I said, the stalled vehicle as well was the problem, right? I don't know what the speed limit was, right? I don't know if it was in the freeway. And most not. I've been to Lagos, right? I don't know if they have speed limits. Lagos,
That's
man.
an express, you know, Lagos Ibadan Expressway. That's an express.
Yeah, so
That's a
I don't know
highway.
what is the speed limit? You know, in a freeways, in an express road. They don't have speed limits, do they? People can just.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know,
there
but
should be speed limit at every road. The highway, they should put speed limit there, but there should be signage every few kilometers to show people.
Exactly, there should be signage on a free. There should be signage like every freeway. There should be like some kind of, you know, general rule that every freeway should be like, let's say 60 mile per hour or whatever. How many kilometer? You know, if you do the conversion. It should be standard, right? Maybe and some other roads it will be higher, depending on the also like the the condition of the road. If there are potholes, you don't want people speeding up, you know, where there are potholes. And if there are traffic on the road, you reduce, you know, they can use AI billboards to reduce the speed limits, you know, depending on the traffic. And Lagos is very, you know, there's a lot of traffic in Lagos. That's why I went there. I was on the traffic for 3 hours, right? So the speed limit should be 40, right? And the guy, I mean, why was he speeding? You know, where was he trying to go? I would not speed. I would go slower to enjoy the moment with the celebrity. But why was he speeding? I don't know. I don't know what was in his mind. But it's a developing story and it's a very sad event. But I think, like Shola said, it exposed something that needs to be dealt with in Nigeria, right? It's a very critical stuff that needs to be dealt with. And I've also, I've you know, bicycles here, ride bikes. When I go around the cities, I use bikes to go around the city because I hate driving cars. You know, Nigeria needs to view like a bike lanes, you know, bike lanes because of the price of gas, right? They need to be bike lanes and encourage people to use other modes of transportation. Electric bike is a very good mode of transportation. You know, it will help a lot of people in Lagos if they have electric bike lanes, you know, and nice pedestrian walks and whatnot. So these are the things that they need to do, you know, and this is the time, you know.
But it's unfortunate, no matter how you look at it, it's unfortunate that people who came to holiday in Nigeria, you know, had to experience this very, very sad, you know, go through this sad experience.
Tony.
But let us move the discussion a little forward. Let's I think if anybody doesn't have anything to add, let us go over to the fire thing too, because it's all part of managing emergencies, protect with the road situation, which is something that we see all over Nigeria. It's not just the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. I mean, if you go through the roads, you'll be shocked at some of the things that you see. Some of these things happen because you come to a point where one road is no longer motorable. You now have to go and join the other side of the road, and so there's an oncoming vehicle in front of you, and then you're also all going on that same road. And sometimes, in an attempt to overtake, you know, you have issues like this happen. But let's move ahead because we have a serious problem. Let's go back to this fire thing, that we talked about. The issue managing fires in Nigeria. I just want to get. We talked about it briefly, but how best do we deal with fires? Maybe we'll restrict it to our cities now, because most of these fires, really that we have are usually in urban areas, in our markets, places that are crowded, in high-rise buildings, and so on and so forth. And that's where you have this challenge. Areas that are very crowded, highly populated, where you have people coming together every day, to trade, or to work, or do all kinds of stuff. And we have a challenge. It's been happening. We really have a challenge with dealing with fires. How do you approach a situation where you have fire in a high-rise building? How do you deal with it? What are the things that we are supposed to know, when we are in high-rise buildings? How do we conduct our activities there, our businesses? And even if we're a visitor, what are the things that you are supposed to take note of? For instance, if you're going to build in a high-rise building, I know that over here, the exits are properly marked, and you have emergency lights, exits, and so on and so forth, showing you where to exit from when there's an emergency. And you have various kinds of signages to help you and to direct you. And in most of those high-rise buildings, you usually would have a fire safety officer, who would also be at the building to give you instruction or to announce when there is emergency and to direct people on what to do. He implements the building fire safety and evacuation plan when there's an emergency. But in Nigeria, you don't find most of those things. And you would wonder why, for instance, in high network places, banks and so on and so forth, when you walk in there, you don't seem to see, you would expect that in these places you have, people who should know, who are widely traveled, who see how these things are done outside. And so they should be able to implement some of these measures, to safeguard their investment, the life of people working with them. So looking at that, I just want to see what approaches do you think we should, those of us who are here, who have seen the way it is done, what are the things that our people should know, that will help them when you have emergencies like this? Let me start with you, Adama. Adama.
Yes, sir. Were you asking me a question? I'm sorry.
Oh, you are not listening. Okay.
Yes, what was your question?
Okay. Let me go to Ify. I think Ify is listening. So if he's listening, so when Ify answers the question, I think you get an idea of what
Okay, go
we're
ahead,
talking
Ify,
about.
sir.
Ify,
No,
can you help us?
Tony, no, ask a next person.
No, answer now. Okay, can you ask the question
Doing
again
something.
now?
Yeah, you're running away from it. Okay. Let me go to
So why are you running from
Dr.
me? Please
Shola.
stop running from anything.
All the medical people are running away.
No,
Shola,
she's
can you
not
come to our
running.
rescue, please?
Okay,
Yeah,
can you please, do you
thank you.
mind answer the question so I can hear what you said?
Okay, Shola would answer, then I'll come back to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir, no
I
problem,
will
sir.
answer. Okay. Thank you, Tony, and I appreciate your time and your input. I just want, before I answer this question, Tony, you will do us a favor. I actually want us to move ahead and do something for people in Nigeria. I read from the people's comment that we diaspora, we don't know what's happening in Nigeria. That's fine. There are people on ground who know what is happening in Nigeria. We know what is happening here. We want us to be at the same page. We want a good Nigeria. So if there's a way we can package all our ideas and maybe find someone we can liaise with, either any of those agencies, see how we can effect some changes. It doesn't matter, we can start somewhere. Please, let's find a way and see how we can impact possibly to, in our country. That said, You see, when I look at how Nigeria approach disaster, we don't plan for disaster. We don't plan. There's no planning on ground. We just plan to build a house, build cars, build high rises and stuff like that. We don't plan for emergencies. All Nigeria knows is that God forbid. God forbid. But we kind of shy away from the reality that this God forbid is not going to work for us at a time of crisis. So what do we do here when there is a crisis? Say maybe fire outbreak, the alarm will ring. When the alarm ring, there is a particular exit. We call it fire exit. That all of us, and they do that kind of drilling from time to time, fire drill from time to time to sensitize the occupants of the building. You know, even at place of work, they do it for us. And they will tell you, they will warn us that it's fire drill, you're going to hear the alarm, this is the way to go. So this kind of a thing that we experience here, we need to let our people know. They don't know. Because they look at us as if we are talking something that doesn't exist. It's not theory. So once we value life, and that's one thing we need to do. We need to find a way to make sure they know, they understand what we are talking about. And we are not looking down on them. They are our people. We want them to enjoy the kind of life we're enjoying. And that's why we are clamoring for good governance. So they need to put that in place. When they are building, they must put in place all those exits for fire, for emergency, and all that. You know, so that's one. Number two is that they need to also train these fire people that work at the fire department. I watched one video sometimes ago where they were doing some drilling, and the fire extinguisher didn't quench the fire. I saw that video. What kind of thing is this? So they also need to be trained and retrained. I'm not sure they're doing that. I'm not sure they're doing training and retraining. So being trained once is good, but the training and fire drilling, they need to do that periodically. That's number two. Number three, now the shoulder of the road is not meant for parking. It is not meant for anyone for any driver. It is meant for fire service to access, for emergency, to anywhere there's a traffic, there's a problem. They use that for fire service, the ambulance, and the police. They use the shoulder of the road. It should be clear at any time. There's no reason why somebody will park his car on the shoulder of the road. I know some of us people back will say, what am I talking about? And that's the truth. That's the truth. The shoulder of the road is not meant for any one of us who is driving. It's meant for the police, the firefighters, and the ambulance. So and that's why I want us to Tony and Dr. Damage, please find a way to bring these people in. We need to have a discussion how to help. They might decline, but at one of them, let's bring them, let's ask questions, see what we do here. They know, but let's make sure we put it that we have had that discussion with them.
They know what to do, my brother. Trust me. These people, there are people in Nigeria that deliberately don't want Nigeria to work. I'm just telling you. They deliberately. If not, let me deviate a little bit. Tell me why our president should be going to another country to receive healthcare. Tell me the reason why these people, when they travel abroad, they behave like human beings. But when they come back to Nigeria, they behave like an animal and become touts and all that stuff.
What do you think we should be doing there? Because I need solution. You can't.
This is what we've been. Yeah, my brother, I understand what you're saying, and this is the same thing I've been saying. Every day we come here, we talk about the same thing over and over again. For the past how many days or weeks or months, with years, we've been talking about the same thing. Prior to the last election, we've been saying the same thing. You were not here when I said that the Nigeria I saw January last year is worse than the Nigeria I saw currently when I went back home in November. It's worse. There is no improvement. I don't know what else, but again, I will give Tinubu a pass. It is not the president. It is me, you. It is the citizens. It's not the president. I don't like everything, to be blamed on the president or the leaders. It's we, the citizens. The little corruption I experienced in Nigeria when I went home, it's not from the president. Everybody, it's just like he said hello, is bribe. He said, how are you? Is bribe. Even the lady sitting at, Auntie, good morning, ma. Anything for us is bribery. I'm telling you, I dealt with the people at the airport, the agriculture. They put up a sign. Do you have fish? Yes, I do. You have to pay 6,000 naira. Give me the government account to pay this thing into. There is no government account. Give me receipt. There is no receipt. Well, if you don't pay, you will not leave. Or you quarantine your fish. And I'm asking them, I said, how can I quarantine a fish that is leaving your country? Americans are the one that's supposed to be worried about me bringing fish to their country. I'm not the one leaving your country. If you see how rude this woman was, when I mean rude, and I looked at her, I said, I feel so sorry for you. I feel so sorry for you because you are being used. And one of the guys came and told me, okay, how much do you have? Because I said, I don't live in Nigeria. I don't have any Nigeria account. Okay, how much do you have? Are you saying that you cannot get ATM, not what is it called? POS. I don't have it. I don't have a card. The only account I have in Nigeria is dormant, and I still cannot reactivate it. For 1 month, I was in Nigeria. It's not the president. It's not the governor. It is the citizens. Let us start from the grassroots before I even talk about the people on top. Is it not the citizens that are working for those people? Is it not the citizens rigging the election? I'm deviating a little bit. Is it not the citizens fighting for these people? Once you give them 50,000 naira, 20,000 naira, that's it. You will buy them. So I'm going to give the politicians a pass. Let it start from us. You will go to bank, so you will have like 200 people talking to one cashier all at the same time. And you stood there on the line waiting for your turn. And my brother told me, you can stand there forever. Nobody will pay you attention. You better, let's go, because I was like, hell no. I need my privacy to talk to the lady. I said, okay, keep waiting. And I stood there, I did not move until the woman recognized me. It is not the president. It is not the governor. It's we, the citizens. Everybody's in a hurry to do stuff. Everybody's impatient. We are talking about the cars and the accident. If you see, they're driving one way. It is not the politician. It's because we don't want to exercise patience.
Thank you, thank you, Ify. Dr. Dab, I want to ask you because the report we hear from this fire thing is that the people kept calling, and the governor himself didn't. I don't know if he did something immediately, but if you were the governor and you have this situation, not that this is the first time it's happened, what would have been your reaction and your response to this sort of a thing, knowing that every minute counts? How would you have handled this situation, or where do you think that the government failed? That is, if you agree that it did.
I agree that government failed based on we need to overhaul our healthcare system. As far as I'm concerned, our healthcare system is not working. And for me, when it comes to healthcare, everybody should have access to it, no matter how much you earn. Everybody should have access to health because you know why? In a case of an emergency, nobody cares the status of who you are. Cancer doesn't care if you're Jeff Bezos. Cardiac arrest doesn't care if you're Ilya Mox. So these are things that will impact every one of us. God forbid if we find ourselves in that situation. So why is it that we cannot make it better? Nigerians are one of the top doctors in the world, surgeons, name it, everything, pharmacy, we are top in it. But when it comes to, you know how that thing they say, charity begins at home. Take care of your home first before you go to clean up other people's home. The thing is, the people there are frustrated, and the way the healthcare people talk to you, have you ever gone to a hospital and met a Nigerian surgeon? They act like they are God. And you ask yourself, you meet surgeons here who are top doctors in their geographical areas, they act like it's nothing to them. But you meet someone that in their local area, they're the one running this hospital. In their eyes, they are God. And you start asking yourself, why is this person having access to a person, a human being, that you want to listen? If you go to a healthcare, let's say if you go and have surgery, let me take for instance now where you live at, the hospital always send you what is called a survey to fill out. How did we do in this? Check out, they will give you the option. The truth is, the healthcare, you see how it's trended now. Why is it trended? It's because, like my sister said, is AJ Anthony Joshua. Let that same thing, God forbid, happen to you or me. We have 3 blood brothers that died in a fire. No one is talking about it. Everybody's talking about Anthony Joshua because Netflix paid him how many millions to come and box whoever. And we're here. You see the media people saying, oh, thank God our son is doing well. He's recovering. May they solve. And I'm saying to myself, those 2 lives that died, are they not human life? We lack empathy in Nigeria, in Africa, not just Nigeria, empathy. When we see an emergency, the first way we'll respond is by recording instead of getting that person help. Get help first. Everybody wants to be an influencer one way or the other. We don't know how to respect the dead. We don't. We are numb to things that we shouldn't be numb to. Like, it's like death is nothing to us. And you start asking yourself, what is wrong with us? The government has failed the people, and at the same time, the people themselves are incorrigible. Very incorrigible. Why do I say that? If they are ready for change, they know what to do to implement that change. But when you see them rise up, is when it comes to election season. Give them rice, give them whatever their necessity is. They are good for that moment. And they will tell you this who they are supporting. But what they don't look at is things that will impact their life. Just like Ify said, we cannot keep blaming the governor, the distant. Someone, if I was on the scene of an accident and I see people recording dead body on the floor, I will knock down your phone. What are you doing? You are not supposed to do that. But everybody, it was normal. So how do you bring sanity to an environment where there is no sanity? So I'll go back to what my sister Ify said. Change starts from each and every one of us, including me talking Adama. Take for this forum as a whole. When we come to this forum, you give people rules, they'll start looking at you with like, how dare you tell me how to talk? And how dare you mute me? We are all in the diaspora and you're acting like this. Come on, mute yourself, don't interrupt. They have a problem with it. So why is it that we are so incorrigible when we come to a public space? Put that same person in Nigeria, they will be worse. Then the diaspora, they're acting like this. They will speak to you anyhow in the public. They will tell you, shut up, you're this thing, you're that. At the end of the day, what I want to say to each and every one of us, everything we're doing on social media, you're leaving a footprint. I'm leaving a footprint. It might not affect you today. It'll come back to affect you later. So to answer your question, the government has failed because we don't have good medical health system. I don't know if EMT exists in Nigeria. It's called emergency medical technicians. I said something about CPR, oxygen, and things like that. The Agboro that day were taking over the whole thing. Everybody was worried about taking a picture with Anthony Joshua. So is it me, Adama, that they will come and listen to? At the end of the day, let them do what works for them. In order for us to see the change we want in Nigeria, we need to start changing the way we look at things and the way we do things. Thank you, sir.
But I
Thank
never
you.
said.
Thank you. I can see
Is it me? You said?
AY. I can see AY there. AY,
If
you're
you
coming
happen
in. I
to,
thought you were posting that this session is supposed to have ended, but welcome.
I was surprised because the boss asked her that to end the session. Then me, I was like, okay, let me just. I saw all of that disappear.
Okay, I'll come to you, but let me go to Eccentrica. I think Dr. Shala has spoken. Eccentrica, what
Yes.
lessons do you think that we can learn from this fire incident in Balogun? From my experience, when I used to go to Alaba International, sometimes you go into a shop and you see just one socket loaded with all kinds of appliances. And usually there's for those who are engineers, that there's a maximum load that you can socket into a circuit. And if you're not careful, that can be a source of fire. And you have it all over the place. And this is as a result of ignorance. People don't know that, some of the connections that they do, illegal connections, you see cables flying all over the place, from one source, they're connecting all kinds of things. And they don't know that these are fire hazards. And that all that they have amassed, could just go up in flames when they are there, or even when they are not there at night, when they have left their shops. So you find a situation where by ourselves, we cause problems that ultimately lead to, the loss or losses that people encounter. So in your opinion, how do we deal with some of these basic things to let people know that some of these practices are not safe and they're unhealthy and they could cost us a lot of money?
So,
Eccentricus.
all right, thank you. So every problem, right, creates an opportunity, right? And there will always exist problems, right? There was a time when I think it was in Florida, one of the buildings either collapsed or had a fire incident. And it was as a result of like the people that built the property didn't follow the proper building codes, right? Nigeria has a problem with power. Nigeria has power issues, right? Most of the power issues is as a result of appliances that they use in most of the buildings, and the appliances that they used when they built most of the buildings, right? They are outdated and they need to be kind of revamped or changed completely. Also, Nigeria, like I agree with Ife. The problem with rules is implementation, right? Or having people buy into it. That's a huge problem. Like even in companies, it's you can implement you can come up with all the ideas that you want. If people don't buy into it, it will be hard to implement it. And imagine a country of like millions of people. Honestly, it's not always the leaders; it's also the people. And I think how they can mitigate this is by having civic education, in our curriculum, right? Teaching people about all these things, about building codes, about what to do when there's safety hazard or fire hazard, right? Most buildings don't have a carbon monoxide, right? Most buildings in Nigeria, I don't think I've seen any. When I stay in a hotel, I don't think they had a carbon monoxide detector, right? So these are the things that these are opportunities that present itself when there are problems. And, the people that are tasked to deal with these problems will look at problems and then come up with solutions to the problems. One of it, like I said, it's civic duty. People need to realize that they have a role to play in creating a country that they want. It's not the leader. The leader is not going to come in and tell you how to do things properly, right? They can do as much as they can, but the people also, it's the concept of self-governance. Self-governance is very important. Self-governance and self-initiation, these are two rules that can take anybody, to the next level, right? It's humanity, reaching a paradigm shift has to implement self-governance and self-initiation. You don't need a leader to tell you to do the right thing. You don't need a road safety agent to tell you not to go fast on a road that has potholes or stuff like that, right? Most if you don't have carbon monoxide detector, you're not going to know when there's a gas leak in a property, right? Because you can't smell them. That's a problem, right? It's a problem. I think I've heard about a case where people were in a cafe, cyber cafe, and the generator, the doors were locked, right? I think the doors were locked or something, and the generator fume. I think the generator was inside the cafe or something like that. The fume killed everyone in there. You know what I'm saying? So it presents an opportunity to train people about these issues, right? Education is important, and the school will be an avenue or a channel to teach people about all these things, right? Here's another one. Fire service. I don't know if you have fire service firefighters in Nigeria.
We have. We do. I know Lagos has.
Okay.
I know Anambra has. Delta has.
Man.
I know Ekiti has also.
Yeah, and of course, that's where the government plays a role. This is where the government comes in. They need to have fire service. Fire service everywhere in most of the neighborhoods. Like in the property where I live, right? I live in a commercial property. When there is like a problem in any building, an alarm will go off, right? And they're pretty loud. Usually people come out, it's so inconvenient that you won't stay inside the house, right? So they need to have something like that in every building, right? Kind of bring them up to code, where if there's a fire detection, the alarm will go off. A very noisy alarm will go off that would drive people out the properties, right? So that's an opportunity, and that would be a way to deal with these problems. And most, if you live in the cities cities like Aba, Lagos is kind of a little planned, right? It's well planned, but there are cities that are not that well planned, like Aba. Most of the cities that you find in the southeast, they're not well planned. And people build houses in places that were not designated for buildings, and those can create problems, right? It could create issues where, in some properties, people live in places where people can live in places where, people will live in places that will kind of prevent escape when there is a fire issue, right? So the government needs to implement building codes and enforce them, right? Enforce them, and it's gonna cost a lot of money, right, to bring all the buildings to up to date. And if they're able to do that, they can actually solve the issue of a power and electricity problem in Nigeria, power problems in Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you, Eccentricus. I know that many years ago, Nigerian Institute of Architects, I think, came together and then they brought up this they wrote up this fire code for Nigeria. I don't know if that's been updated.
Interesting.
Because since then, there's been quite a lot of developments. But I want to read something that is posted by Henry Deatilzin. I hope I got that name correct. He said people die of carbon monoxide poisoning on a daily basis in Nigeria because there is no electricity. And you did mention it because, you see, carbon monoxide will kill in just seconds. And so you find people put on their gen, and in such a way that it discharges the smoke discharges right into their building.
Right, right,
And
right.
if you inhale it, it's toxic, highly toxic, and it
Yeah.
kills. And we've had situations like that, in many places. And this is because people don't know that this is toxic. So I want to come to you, AY. I will come to you later, Dr. Shola. AY, it's not just that. How do you deal with a situation where you have substandard electrical equipment and appliances brought into the country, and we have a standard organization that is unable to help and ensure that these things don't get into the market? Because that's part of the problem. When people go and utilize or use electrical cables, for instance, that are substandard, that's one source of fire, and we've had that all over again. So how do you deal when we say that government is not all to blame, that the people have to will take part of the blame? But how does someone who wants to build a house, he doesn't need to be an engineer. He gets an electrical person. Over here, for you to do any electrical work, you have to be certified. Now, some of these people are not certified. In fact, I can tell you a story of a man who lost his only son because he called an electrician to come and help him, do his pumping machine. And then the electrician finished what he was doing and left naked wire somewhere untaped. And the man's son was playing behind, and mistakenly he touched this thing, and that was the end. The man, the guy fell. They just had the sound of someone, being thrown down, boo, and they came out. Lo and behold, the only son, and he died. So how do you deal with that kind of situation? As a novice, you don't know. You go and buy electrical material and it's substandard. How do you deal with that kind of situation?
Yeah, it's a very good question, to be honest. But the question have multiple answers, actually. One of it is, we are still from third world country. People don't really have the resources you think they have, not even the people, even the government. But there are things, safety concern, that should not be compromised. That's all I know. Just like you rightly said, in the West, you see electricians are certified. I think that is what it should be. At least let's have a standard. On the issue of the cost of buying electrical materials, is it's kind of very tricky, because when you want to acquire, for example, the original cables, standard cables, they will be a bit pricey. That I know for sure. And the China market now, you get whatever you need. If you need the original one, they can give it to you. You need the substandard, they will give it to you. You did the substandard material is very dangerous, because you know how Nigeria work too. You can even say, I have money to buy the original. They will still give you the fake one. So that's why I say it's multiple phase. The first phase is, if you look at Standard Organization of Nigeria, they are supposed to be helping Nigeria really certify, check what is coming into the country. Again, corruption enter along that line. They give people money, they allow them to take whatever into the country. That is another part of it. The African mentality is really weird, because people want to make money, what I would call blood money, without really care about the consequences. For example, people do fake alcohol, fake drink, and give to people to buy, just because you want to make money. to be honest, to me, you are not different from an armed robber that is taking a gun to kill people. This is just the honest truth. You are not different because it's even more dangerous, right? Like the fire incident now, because when you have trained electrician, you can even hold them really, really accountable for all this mess. Because a situation where you are going to wire house, you don't even understand the implication of the load, like you are rightly saying now. Because there are some cable, okay, the kind of work the cable are gonna the load they are gonna carry, you have to make it okay. Here there is a lot of current coming through this way. It has to be more standard, more solid, more sophisticated. There are situations where you can use low quality cable that will not have that kind of problem. But these are all issues. The what I see in Nigeria affecting every sector is the corruption and indiscipline and ignorance too, I would say, because when people really understand the consequences, the effect of making some foolish decision just for you to make little money today, you are not thinking of people that will die. It's worrisome. Even you see contractor, even for example, in the case of buildings, let's say you want to build a 5-story building, you will see somebody that even call himself engineer will compromise the material just because he want to get some material and use them, gain money for his selfish interest. Even if you have, I don't want to say evil fear of God, if you have any iota of integrity, there are things that should not be compromised. You cannot, because you have a structure, you have 100, 200 people in that building can collapse. It will kill people. Because you yourself, you actually question yourself, like, if this thing happen, this blood is going to be on me. Why will you do that? But trust me, they don't care. What I'm going to say right here, if you are building your house, you are using electrical wire, this thing, you don't need to be a technical person. Go online, do your research, ask questions, be present. Even if you are not present, get somebody that have, okay, you can trust. Let the person know, let the person be present. Trust me, if you are building a house for me, there are some spots I will make sure I'm there. I will supervise it myself. If you want to take my foundation, I want to be there. Even if I'm going to need to fly for a week, I need to be there. I want to monitor it myself, because Nigeria are heartless people when it comes to money. I'm not even going to pay this one. They don't know the implication. Like, even if you tell them, for example, you can tell bricklayer to mold blocks for you, you know that by the time you are getting off 35 blocks per bag of cement, you want to create a disaster. They don't care putting more sand, using 1 bag of cement to get 60 blocks for you, just for them to sell that bag of cement for how much and just use the money to eat today. So I don't even know how to get this message to the. Trust me, you will only talk. You have to. If it's a company, like for example, say, even government, if I'm in government, I'm going to give you a contract to a company, I will make you sign to be part of my agreement. Say I'm a governor of a state, you are building a road, it is part of our agreement. You must give us the assurance that, okay, this road will last so year. If you are doing a build, if anything happen, it's part of our agreement. So people need to put this into agreement. If it's government, but if it's also, and you make sure you have people that have some level of integrity, people that know what they are doing to monitor this kind of project. Because in the past 5 years, you can count how many buildings that have killed people in Lagos. That thing keep repeating, not even only in Lagos, in Abuja, some happen. Nobody cares. The government are supposed to protect the people, they are not doing it. And here is it. When it happens, what you are going to hear is, oh, he believe it for God. It's God that said, no, it's not God. Just like Electricity rightly said earlier, 99% of the deaths we're having in Nigeria can actually be prevented. But because of the foolishness of some people, because of people want to make quick money, they don't care. Nigeria, if you don't fear Nigeria, I remember when the late Dora Akuyere, I remember when she was the NAFDAC boss. She will go to places where they are manufacturing drugs. These people will even use chalk, like dead materials. They wanted to kill. That's the reason they wanted to kill her. She was fighting with, like, why will you do this? But they don't care. They give this thing, they sell it for people. People will buy, they will drink. They don't know better. The drink you have in Nigeria, they will go to one spot. They don't care. The chemical they mix, they give it to people will drink. So it's really a problem. I think the government needs to do more. The government needs to do more to checkmate these kind of activities. What you see in the Sun you hear, Standard Organization of Nigeria, is still the corruption. They allow everything go. It's Nigeria, a country where if you want to take put gun on your truck from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, just take money, you will do it. And you get to the spot, take, bye-bye, go. That is the country where we live today. But even if they get you with those guns, the only thing they will just, oh, how much you need? You give them money, they let you go. So there are things that should not be compromised in a society. That is why we are suffering. We are really suffering. You see the governors want to build roads. Now some, it's more like decorative thing, the surface, like, oh, I built that road. When you go check the quality, you see some 6 months, they are damaged already. Why will you do that? Like, it's just the highest level of wickedness. You know, so they are just issues. Sometimes I think about this stuff. It's very depressing, but I think that's why I still strongly believe we need the right leadership that can put this in order, that can give proper direction. Like, you have an independent judiciary that, you know, we use some people as deterrent. Probably everybody is going to sit up to know that we don't live in a lawless country. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Thank you, AY. In fact, you dragged me to an issue that I actually wanted to mention. It was a question that I wanted to pose to Shola, but since you mentioned it, talking about Professor Dora Akunyili, I wanted to ask Shola, because since we are talking about safety, you know, even in the medical field in Nigeria, if you go, for instance, to pharmaceuticals, which AY talked about, he just mentioned that Dora was nearly killed because she was insisting on safe practices. People should not sell fake drugs because of the effect you know that it's going to have on people. It's like throwing a stone in the marketplace. You don't know who is going to hit. It's probably going to be your relation. And today in Nigeria, you know, people are very, very careful where they buy their drugs, you know, from. You know, it's an issue because there have been so many stories that a lot of the drugs that the common people who don't know anything, who don't know better, they just go and they think they're buying the right drugs and they end up buying poison, you know. So how do you think that we can deal with this issue? Because this is also something of a very safety concern. There's someone here, Dan Isaiah, who posted Nigerian education teaches that if you do as if you do like, okay, let me not mention his name, the former INEC chairman did, you'll be rewarded with an ambassadorial position. You know, In other words, he is saying that this is a country that does not uphold merit. Rather, it goes for mediocrity. So I want you to react. If you have a country where you can't trust the medical system, you can't trust, um, you know, um the services that you receive, the drugs that they give you, So how do you proceed from there? What kind of country? Do you think that really, from the bottom of your heart, that looking at all these issues that you have tried to look at, there's really hope? Is there hope? I want you to be honest. Is there, looking at the way things are now, do you see hope?
Yeah. Tony, thank you very much. And your questions are very stimulate the cerebrum. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honestly speaking, each time I look back home, sometimes within me, I feel sad. I feel sad that even in my practice, I see doing a lot of things here. But when I get back home, I can't do it. And I give an example. Poverty has been weaponized by the politicians to the point that we cannot give standard of care to all our people. I'll give an example. If I prescribe a particular medication in Nigeria, and I'm sure Adama will understand what I'm saying. If you go to a particular store, is it Med Plus? I'm not sure. Is it Med Plus? Is it Med Plus in Nigeria?
You say what?
I don't know what no, I don't think they have that in Nigeria.
Pharmacy?
Pharmacy, Med Plus, or which one do they have?
I don't think.
Okay.
Quite a lot.
You're going by. I know what
I
you're
think
talking
there is
about.
Med
but I don't
Plus.
think-
That's Med Plus. So if you go
Yeah,
to
there is Med Plus in Abuja.
Yes,
I've got some.
No. Okay, not just Abuja. Is it in the whole Nigeria?
maybe
No, there is nothing like that in the whole Nigeria.
Okay. So there is particular.
Don't mind that man. She want to laugh us. Don't
Yeah.
mind.
So if you prescribe medication, in Nigeria, for example, there are medications in which if you want the original, there's a price for it. If you want substandard, there's a price for it. So you have in Nigeria where there are strata, there are layers, there are levels of care for different people. For the same Nigerians, citizens, now those in the villages will not be able to afford that medication that is perhaps is about 50,000 naira. They can't afford it. So they will go for the cheap one and they end up not getting treatment, not getting that disease or whatever control. And then you will know the consequences of taking bad medication because those could be toxic and poisonous to the organs of the body. That's why we have issue of kidney problem, liver problem, sudden death, and all that. Now, for those who are able to afford medication, perhaps people in Lagos and Abuja, Warri or Port Harcourt, who live in the city, might be able to procure those medications are so expensive. And again, so now the government, the politicians weaponize poverty and they are killing our people as a result of the fact that they don't get quality of care. Now let's go back to the fighting that Akwili did to try to make sure that they bring standard medication. Because if you go to China, Malaysia, if you go to there, if they know you're coming from Nigeria, they have medication meant for our country. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Because the quantity of the active ingredient there is not existing. It's a lot of things that I don't even know. Now, the standard organization of Nigeria is doing nothing. They are all compromised. When the big boss, those who go to bring the medication from abroad, just give them money. They allow it to come in. Who are those people that, the contractor bringing medication, don't even know anything about medication? But because they know somebody somewhere, they're able to get the contract and go bring medication. They have no idea what kind of medication. You just bring everything in. So it's a complex issues going on in that country. Now, do you know that for cancer patients here in the West, You can't get it in any chemist, any pharmacy. It comes from the hospital. You can't buy it. It's coming from the hospital. Why? Because they want to be sure that they are dealing with that particular, and they want to deal with it. It's not something we joke with. Now, I've spoken my mind that how do we get this thing done? Unfortunately, we have a systemic failure. Everything is rotten. Everything is rotten. If you try to change anything there, you might not see the next day, because you want to block somebody who is making money illegally. You want to block, and we have no conscience, we have no empathy, we have no respect for life, we have no dignity, nothing. Everything is money. Until there is revolution in that country, which everybody will look at it, you know what? There's blood hanging on my neck, but I don't do the right thing. Somebody's gonna die. Somebody's life is you see, that's what I think here. You delay, you don't do it, or you do the wrong thing. No accountability, nothing. As long as you're able to satisfy those politicians, those who are putting there, because people just do anything anyhow. There's no regulation. We have a lot of issues in our hands. So for me, I think that we have in Nigeria, we have different level of care. The issue of the carbon monoxide you mentioned, my brother, a lot of people are dying. Even when they get to the hospital, do they know they have carbon monoxide? Do they even make it to the hospital? And do you want to blame them? In the West here, do you use coal? Do you use, even when they use coal, those who use coal, these are old things, old houses. People using coal, charcoal to make wood, firewood to make this, and they make it in an enclosed compartment where there's no cross ventilation. And when they die, they will just say in some part of Nigeria, before morning they bury that person. You don't even know what killed the person. So people say it's God, it is well. Life has no value at all. So what am I saying here is that we have issues in our hand, issues. And I'm not sure if the government, I don't even know where to start from. Honestly, I'm confused. I'm helpless. I need someone to help how to deal with this issue. Honestly. And it's not just medicine alone. If you go to the building, you go to science, you go to transportation, name it. The military, name it. That's everywhere is just corruption everywhere. Nothing is working. And these people are hearing us. I don't know. I really don't know. I will rest my case here.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't know, because I don't want to share what I feel about this country now, because I have been very, very optimistic, hoping that things will get better. But when you look at the events of the past 2-3 months in our country, I feel bad. I feel very bad. But Adama, maybe you have a solution for us. Maybe you have something that can cheer us up concerning the way, we safety generally now. I just moved it a little bit away from just fire, but we're talking about safety. Our attitude to safety of life, safety. We've seen insurgency and the way people are being killed and massacred, and yet some people don't seem to have empathy. They don't seem to have a feeling that these are human lives that are lost. We've talked about, business people.
Sorry, Tony.
Yes.
Can I speak on this medical issue that you raised up?
Okay. Go ahead, Adama, please.
Minutes on it. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a huge problem, right? And there has been cases where the government busted like a lot fake drug manufacturers, and also it is well known that most of the fake drugs that come to Nigeria, right, are imported drugs, right? Like 40% of the drugs in Nigeria are like fake, fake drugs, and mostly they are imported from China and India, right? And India has had this problem, right? And they solved it, right? So they kind of have a blueprint on how to solve this problem, which Nigeria can actually emulate, right? And I know Nigeria has a NAFDAC, right? NAFDAC kind of enforces these rules, right? But it's not enough. The police need to be involved, and other agencies need to be involved. And so the government has a role to play on, dealing with the issue of fake drugs, right? So one of the way that they could solve this problem is in educating the people, right? It's very important that people are educated, because people will not be able to know how to spot a fake drug from a real drug, right? The people the pharmaceutical shops, right, also have a role to play, because, and this is where the government comes in. If a pharmaceutical shop is selling fake drugs, the government can revoke their license to operate, right? And one of the ways that the government can deal with this issue is through traceability, right? I work in manufacturing. I'm a quality person. Nigeria should stress quality, have a system of quality. I don't know what we have over there in Nigeria. Here there is ISO 9001. There are different ISOs.
Yeah.
There is AS9100, which has to do with aerospace. ISO is for any type of businesses, right? Nigeria needs to have its own system like ISO, where if a company is doing things the proper way, they can get ISO certified, right?
Yeah.
They will have a way to meet ISO certification. I'm using ISO in this case. Nigeria can have its own system. ISO is, I think it's international, right?
They do. They do. And I think NAFDAC also tries to, give, some approval to certain drugs that are put in the market. I remember that.
Right.
They would say if you don't have if you buy a product, and particularly pharmaceuticals, it doesn't have a NAFDAC approval number, you shouldn't
Right.
buy. But
So yeah, I mean, right now people have access. A lot of people have cell phones, right? Have access to the internet. If NAFTA can have a portal where people can actually put in a number to see if that particular drug brand has been certified by NAFTA, right? That's the issue of traceability. Once they, like you said, they have NAFTA certification and whatnot, that has to be implemented. And of course, like for instance, most of the fake drugs actually come from Onitsha market, believe it or not, right? Government needs to do something about Onitsha market where these fake drugs are sold. Maybe shut them down. If they keep breaking these laws, shut the market down completely, right? And once they can prove that they've reformed, that they've moved away from their illicit acts, then they can reopen the market. So, the Nigerian government needs a strict enforcement, right? They need strict enforcement. And let's see here. What are my points here? Of course, another one is boosting local manufacturing, right? There are local drug manufacturers that actually make good drugs. Government needs to boost them, right? Give them incentives to manufacture, real drugs. Even the ones that make fake drugs, maybe the government needs to work with them to see if they could transition to making the right. If they're incentivized to make the real stuff, maybe they will transition to doing that. Because I'm pretty sure they're making the fake drugs because of the cost. It's cheaper to make, and they make a lot of money. But there has to be a harsh punishment, right, for making fake drugs, and then a reward for making good drugs. And once again, Nigeria needs to stress quality assurance, right? They need to, have a quality assurance culture in every type of work, right? Like for instance, if you look at ISO, if you guys have access to ISO 9001 document, if you look at most of the things that they stipulate on that ISO document, you can implement it anywhere. And if you implement these things, you can run a business almost like the business can run itself as long as you have all the steps, documented, your procedures and everything. If those are followed, the business can be up to standard. It could be up to standard, right? it's a culture thing, and one of it is enforcement and government being involved, and of course the importation thing. The government needs to work with, the countries where the fake drugs are coming from, India and China. Work with the government and tell them, hey, we are having this issue. You need to clamp down on these people. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eccentric. Adama, Desta, welcome. Happy New Year. I'll come to you. Adama, again, I think it was sometime last year, we had some shops sealed off in Onitsha, where it was identified that they were selling fake pharmaceuticals or something like that.
Yeah, I can help you with that.
Yes.
So, yes.
And I remember that we had to go there and stuff like that. But isn't that just scratching the surface? Because who are those who are allowing these things to come in here? Who are those allowing them to come in here and then they pass through the road or wherever to Onitsha undetected? So is it just the traders that are at fault, or the institution that is supposed to ensure that this thing don't come in?
Can I say something before you say, to pick up on what Eccentric Cass said about ISO? Those guidelines that were put in place by human beings who did the research, invested the time, and wrote this for ISO, where you can incorporate it in your business, whatever you want to do. The problem I have with NAFDAC, if NAFDAC can give Alamo Bita a NAFDAC number, okay? I'm just trying to push back on what Eccentricast is saying, and I know if he's going to comment. I personally don't trust the people working at NAFDAC. If I have the connection at NAFDAC, and I say I want to produce ibuprofen, and this is what it's going to be, all I need to do is make the right connection. NAFDAC will give me that number, where each of my ibuprofen, the box we said NAFDAC number and everything. Why am I saying this to Eccentricast? Just like AY said, the people itself who need to implement these rules and regulation are compromised.
Yeah.
So that's all I have to say. If you go ahead.
Adari actually took the words from me. And again, how often do they go back? This certification they are talking about by NAFDAC, how do they do that? See, let me tell you something. If you want these things to work in Nigeria, it will work. It's just that we don't want it to work. For example, during the time they shut down Bridge Market pharmaceutical listing down, a lot of them were saying that they were asked to pay 1 million, 2 million. And the question people were asking, even because VDM even got involved, the question people were asking, so does it mean that if you pay that money, so there will be no fake drugs anymore? So people were confused because the analysis the NAFDAC people gave doesn't make no sense. And when they were caught about, collecting fee from these people, they were talking about they didn't have windows in their stores. And, if I followed that case really well, that was when I shook my head and I'm like, holy cow. When I went to Nigeria, when you want to buy medication, I stayed mostly at Onitsha. They will tell you go to Pax Pharmacy. They carry good medication. Why? So when you go there, of course, it's more expensive. Even if it's times 100, you have to pay because you just believe that, they carry, the real medication and not the adulterated ones. But I'm trying to say...
Sorry, let me just chip in something here because you touched on something that I am very, very familiar with. You see, there's a pharmacy in Lagos. I won't mention the name because of... if you want to get genuine drugs, you go there. And, the line is so long. And then there are other pharmacies there. Nobody goes there. So, you know what happened? They ganged up against that pharmacy and got powerful people to shut that particular pharmacy down. So And you are beginning to wonder, what kind of country is this? What kind of country is someone who is selling genuine drugs and people know and they are patronizing that person? But those who sell fake gang up against that person and have that person's business shut down for a while.
And
So I'm sorry.
that's why I said
just...
Tinubu is not the problem of Nigeria. And that's why I said our politicians are not the problem. We are the problem. We are the problem. Tell me the reason why somebody should go to a country and just tell them, instead of ibuprofen 800 milligram at that, he would tell them to manufacture 600 and label it 800. So if you are taking 800 in place of 600 or 800, you don't know that you're taking 600. Or you're taking 400 in place of 800. At the same time, we're talking about people manufacturing or making fake drinks. We always see all these things on social media. Growing up, I never hear the word, I don't used to hear the words kidney problem or liver problem. The only thing I used to hear then is hypertension and diabetes. But now, every Dick and Harry, every time you're hearing this issue of kidney problem, kidney problem, kidney problem, kidney problem. How did we get here? How did we get here? It's from what? The medications and the things we drink. They changed the date. For example, all these juices they drink. That's why I don't drink juice in Nigeria. I barely drink soda in Nigeria. They will change the date of the expired drink and still put it out there in the market, and people will buy it. Forgetting that this could be your wife, this could be your husband, this could be your parents buying the same product. So we have a long way to go in Nigeria. If you want, because everybody wants to make quick money. Everybody wants to build a house. Everybody wants to drive a Rolls Royce. Find all these cars. Nobody wants to care how the person made their money. All they know is that the person is Odogu. All they know is that the person is he's a millionaire, he's a billionaire, because we are quick to to somebody's name, to people. So what can we do? What can we do? How do people go to bed at night knowing that you are doing something illegal? No conscience. And guess what? The same people will be in the church praising God and lifting their hand. Who are the people committing all these atrocities? It's either they are Christians or Muslims. So stop calling the government. We are the problem. The governments are not the ones importing all these things or making all this medication, bringing them from other countries. Like anytime, of course, I know some of you people do the same thing. If you are going home to Nigeria, you take something like Tylenol, all this over the counter. And when I give it to my uncle will tell me, even if this is the only thing you give me, this is it. Thank you so much. Because if I take Tylenol, I'm sure what I'm taking. You buy cough syrup, tell you, I'm sure what I'm taking. Because I know that is the original.
Wow, this is not, thank you, Fee. This is not a very good picture. Dexter, one of the reasons why, still staying on safety generally, one of the reasons why I think some marketers, and even NNPC had this problem with Dangote is because at some point they were accusing him of producing substandard fuel with a high sulfur content. And until Dangote had to prove that he has a testing facility, But if you look at some of the, fuel, that are sold in our filling stations in Nigeria, some of them stink, some of them burn so fast. And a lot of the times they just end up damaging your car. And it just goes on and goes on like that. And you have institutions, is it DPPR or whatever, those agencies that are supposed to help in ensuring that there's quality and standard. People work there, they earn money, and they don't appear to be doing their job. So, and someone is there trying to discredit a man who is doing his best to ensure that this country proceeds in the right direction. So I'm asking you again, it's still part of, it looks like this rot has permeated all facets of Nigerian society. What is your solution? How do you think that Nigeria can get out of this mess? Desta.
Thank you, Tony, and everybody on the panel, and everybody listening. Tony, you're just waking up. It's like we are just waking up to the rot and the mess. How do you expect the way we are looking at things? We seem to be. We don't realize we're in a Beetle. We want to be like in a Rolls Royce. We want to behave like we're in a Rolls Royce. That's the way we are in Nigeria. The rot in Nigeria did not start today, Tony. It didn't start today. Anybody that starts behaving like it starts today, we're just deceiving ourselves. And it's like a cancer. It started small. For example, in the oil industry, I can still remember my mom telling me the story of, it was in the early 1980s, of a young man that reported that the IOCs were underreporting our exports. He was working in Shell then, that they were underreporting the export of crude oil from Nigeria. As far back as the early 1980s, that young man was eliminated, was killed. That's the only people that were listening to the oil industry back then knew about it. And it is still happening today. I give you a typical example. My friend, my very close friend, works with DPR, and this is maybe back 10 years ago, new DPR, goes offshore. Just what does he do when he works there? It's just to monitor the amount of crude. So a tanker comes to take maybe 2 million barrels of crude. And there's a line that marks the 2 million barrels. And you are just there, quality assurance to sign off. It's reached that line, sign off, cut the pump, the vessel goes. Well, what happens? You get there, you reach that point, they're supposed to cut the pump. They don't cut the pump. They pump another 500,000 barrels into that tanker, and they give them the money. And the truth about it is that if you say you are not going to take the money, then you don't get to go offshore again to monitor that kind of operation. So all I'm trying to say is that the rot in the Nigerian system it didn't start today. It started from the moment we stopped rewarding hard work. It started from the moment you could just give people money without enterprise. And so it means like everybody just wants to get rich. You say the get rich quick scheme is what we have sold to the average Nigerian. The average Nigerian thinks I should be able to blow to that. There's nothing like I will work hard and I will be able to make something, I'll be able to add value to a system and I will make money from it and I'll keep on adding value. No, that's not what it is. What's the average Nigerian is, how can I blow? How can I just hammer? How can I just, And we always tend to, what we tend to push out to the public is when somebody has made it. People don't really want to care. We don't want to tell the stories of the process the people pass through. Anyway, with the Yahoo system, there's no process. So finding a solution now, Tony, the truth is that there's a generation that you can't find a solution for. Their bone has already formed. And I've been advocating for this for a long time. Their bone has formed. There's no growth again. They can't grow anywhere. You understand? So that's why I say that the only solution now is to focus on the younger generation. If we want to build values now, we have to focus on the younger generation. The people that are from 4 years old to probably 14 years. Because the ones that are 16, look, a 16-year-old guy in Nigeria is either wants to be a content creator, wants to get a phone, and just believes that once have you seen what people are doing for content? Married man and woman wearing diaper because of content. Haven't you seen it happen? Don't we look? Let me look. I was telling my friends recently. When I look at the content Africans are doing, especially African ladies are doing, and I compare it with what the Asians are doing, I just realized why in the next 10 years we'll still be where we are. Those people will be advancing. Think about what we project. What is only backside? That is, look at the content of Africans. And Nigerian, have you seen any Nigerian girls' content that you can see it's adding value, that this thing will add value in somebody's life, that this person takes it and the person will learn something. It's nothing.
Dexter, you want to make forefathers happy?
No, I'm not making no. No, I have to be honest.
Continue.
I just have to be honest, because let me tell you something. Look, I think there's this recent one. Somebody I know, snorkel. What? So I was just like, what the heck is this bullshit? What the heck is this? I can't. Personally, I can't, because the African content, it just shows the underbelly of what we place value. Look, go to India, you'll be seeing people. You will see so many of their content will be showing you how to solve mathematics problems. Although, to be fair, there's a Nigerian girl on Facebook that does content for maths and all that, But, when you go to all these Asian places, you see the content they are doing for the kids to make sure that they are advancing, they get sharp. But if you look at African content, it's about shaking backside. That is what we do. So we're not even interested in, we're not even thinking, what in the next 10 years, what is our goal? What do we want to project in the next 10 years? And so we're just thinking, what will I eat? Maybe I think there's somebody that said Africans are the children of Esau. You understand? you have to just eat. I mean, what can I eat now? What can I eat? Or after what I eat now, forget about, don't forget about the future. Just let me satisfy my stomach now. I think so. If you want to, I agree with what Sam Adeyemi said in one of his lectures. He said that the solution for Nigeria cannot come from inside Nigeria anymore, because over the last, just think about it. Just say, okay, from when APC entered into power, it's almost 12 years now. So a child that was 10 years old there is going to be 22 now. So the culture that has been built up, a child that was 10 is now 22. You have already built a wrong culture inside that child. So what Sam Adeyemi said is that the solution for Nigeria can only come from people outside who have gone to see how places work. And it's the same model of places like India adopted. It's gone. So people like you, Tony, Adama, forefathers, eccentrics, everybody here, you have gone outside, you see how places work, how civilized places. You have to now go back and now start implementing. But you have to get involved in leadership, because nobody is going to hand it over to you just like a platter of gold. You have to get involved in the leadership selection process. For us, it's politics. You have to somehow get involved and start. Either you get involved directly or indirectly, but get involved in leadership. And you have to start remodeling the young generation to see the light. If we don't do that, look, Tony, what we'll be talking about in the next 5 years will be worse than what we are saying now. Now, there was a pushback. I want to ask eccentric, on this NAFDAC issue. When you say ISO, have you ever been involved in a company getting ISO certification?
I help my company get ISO certification. I'm a quality manager in my second job, so.
So you have been involved in the process of getting ISO certification. Why I'm asking that question? When people say they brandish ISO, it is not actually about ISO. You know why? Alamo Bitters can get ISO. That's the truth. What is ISO? ISO literally tells you, I write down my standard operating procedure. I write down that, okay, I'm Alamo Bitters. This is what I would do in this process. It's a process thing. This is what I'll do in this process. This is what I'll do in this process. This is what I'll do in this process. Okay. And then what ISO does is that when they come, they say, okay, show us what you have said. And then you say, oh, these are my problems. They will look at your documentation. They say, okay, no problem. Show us that you are doing it. Show us exactly what you are doing. That you say what you have written in your documentation is what you are doing. That's what ISO 9001, ISO 14001 on safety and all that. That's what they generally do. So what I'm saying
sorry that I'm interjecting. ISO is not the only interested parties. Your customer is also your interested party, so they also help to hold you accountable.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is that when we say ISO, like it just solves the problem. It doesn't solve it. That's what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. Because when you say ISO, somebody can write down his own standard operating procedure. Because in Nigeria, I was involved in companies getting ISO certification. There's ISO in Nigeria. Standard Organization of Nigeria offers ISO. In the UK, where I am now, I'm involved in companies getting ISO, involved in the audit process. So people can just write what they want, and and they say okay, and they can follow.
But Dexter, can I ask you a question? Is one thing to write it, and do they implement those standards?
Yes, Adama, they can. So I can write down. So let me tell you what many companies do. They look at the ISO document and they say, okay, I will write down the least thing to do to get the qualification. Okay, I'll write down, and you have people that have very, very intelligent ways of going about it. They can write down the least things to do to get that qualification, and they'll get it. And they'll be certified for the next 3 or 4 years. So it's not just on the ISO. If Nigeria wants to get rid of the fake drugs, NAFDAC has to play a role, a very, very important role in it. And we must have honest people. And number 2, we must have testing centers. You understand? Because what happens in Nigeria, does NAFDAC people have a drug, like for example, if somebody imports, let me say you import ibuprofen, maybe you import maybe a container load. Does NAFDAC have a testing center to maybe take a few of those packs and test it and see whether the composition of what is written on the drug is actually what it is? That's the first question. It's the same thing that happened with Dangote. Dangote, when they were telling him that his fuel was substandard, even NMDPRA did not have a testing center to assess his petroleum product. Now that do they have a test? If you bring a drug now inside and say, okay, now that test, can they test it? Can they determine the composition? Because it's one thing for look what happens in Italy. I think I was hearing the story of a pharmacist that went to buy a drug, and then they say, oh, we're buying for Nigeria. Say, please reduce the what is the right word now? The elements or whatever that makes the drug that you need to treat the malaria or to
active agent.
Yes, you reduce that one a little bit and then increase the ones that are not really important. So but then you still label it like it is the standard one. So the question is, do we have a proper testing center? Because look, Nigeria is riddled with corruption. You can get I've been involved in the process of trying to get NAFDAC accreditation in Nigeria when I was in Nigeria. The truth is that you can actually start production in Nigeria. And I think is it about 3 months or 4 months of running your services before NAFDAC will even come. All you need to do is tell them, I'm producing this. So sometimes they will not even come. You will just give them money and then send pictures of the place, and all that. So the point I'm making is that Tony, the culture starts with us. Culture will eat strategy for breakfast, like Rufai Oseni always say, and it's true. The culture starts with us until we start making ourselves high-value assets. Nigeria, we are not high-value. Let's not deceive ourselves. We don't consider ourselves as high-value assets in Nigeria. If we did, a general will not die and we'll be laughing about it, and the president will be traveling abroad. People will not be dying in Lagos, and the president will be going on holiday in France. That we are not high-value. We don't consider ourselves
Dexter, thank you. I'm sorry, I have to stop you. Forefathers is here. Forefathers, Happy New Year. Dr. Shola, please, can you quickly, when you finish, I'll go back to Forefathers, and then I can see the Pansat there. Oh, is he gone? Quickly, Dr. Shola.
Yeah. Sorry, Dexter, I understand what you are saying, but you can have all these good things in place, testing center, ISO and everything, but the human beings there can forge the result. Even if you test that is accurate, because people don't like you or they want to shut down your system, they will say it is not what it is. So we have a corrupt system that is already destroying that country. And again, one more thing I want to say, even if you start with people at the age of 4 or 12, that generation, they are already been corrupted. Who is going to lead them? No leadership. Where are we going to start from? And that's my case.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Forefather, sorry.
Give me a minute. Let me speak on this.
Okay, eccentric. So, quick. Forefather says there.
Yeah. So India had the same issue, right? India still has the issue of fake drugs, right? But one of the things that they implemented, I mentioned here, is the issue of traceability, right? Like just putting NAFTA stamp is not enough. India has a barcode. They have a QR code, right? This QR code, this is what technology does, right? technology takes wrestles power away from individuals, right? If there are QR codes and barcodes, right, and you claim that this drug does a certain thing, we can trace back to the batch number. We can trace back. You can trace the batch number back to the original to see if it's actually what you claim it is. So if there are barcodes that people can actually scan that could trace it back to the original manufacturer, that's it. Traceability is one of the key way that we can deal with this issue. You know, this traceability thing is also found in ISO. It's very important to have traceability. Any batch you make has to have traceability number. It could be a router, it could be a work order number, but if it's there, these are unique numbers that could tell you where this product is made. So if there's a problem, someone could investigate and go back to the original manufacturer through the barcode, through the end-to-end barcode or QR code.
Using technology, right?
Using technology, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Forefathers, I'm sure you've been listening. Happy New Year. I'm sure you've been listening to us. We talked about quite a lot, but we're generally now looking at safety. You know, so many areas I've touched about safety, and we're looking at ourselves, apart from government, you know, and we're saying that we do have, apart from our institutions and government, we also do have problems, you know, with the citizenry in the way, you know, we conduct our business or the way we respond to some of these things. What's your view, generally?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Tony. Nice one for the hosting and all. Very good and stuff. So greetings to the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. One of the reasons I came in was the statement that the truck was parked on the road. Actually, it was off the road, and it was away from the road, and they swerved into that area for some whatever reason. I don't even know why. Maybe the car lost control, or the driver tried to make a maneuver that was not advised. So it's not everything that is the fault of the Nigerian road. Even the Nigerians have a lot of problems. Sometimes things just happen like that. Also, in terms of standards, you can't get standards when you can't have proper institutions, can you? You know, we had this conversation I think maybe last week even, about institutions. If you want to create institutions, you have to have strong people that institute them to start with. Because those institutions, when you create them at first, you have to set example with big wigs, big cases. Then you set a precedent that will carry on. And often weaker people cannot necessarily hold stronger people accountable. It's often very difficult until you set an example with somebody powerful or some big case or something like that. That's how institutions generally are created. But how do you get the younger ones to, adopt that kind of culture? I think the last statement somebody made about, because the people that are going to be teaching them are already corrupt themselves, how can they offer what they don't have? And maybe there's some truth there, because most of these nations that we talk about are doing so well. I don't think they were taught. It was inherently there, because at one point in their history, something happened and created a generation that will pass that discipline on forward. And that discipline goes beyond words. It's something that you just know instinctively how to do. And if you don't do it, especially based on precedents, people will laugh you out of the room. Like in America now, if you want to remove freedom of speech, the question you have to overcome then is, how many people have used freedom of speech to say so many offensive things, great ones that could have even led to war in some other countries, but didn't happen? Then why would you be able to overturn it now? So that is the strength of an institution, because they use stronger examples to keep that institution in place and say, no matter what happens, you're going to keep it in place, you like it or not. And but I don't see that happening with our leadership the way we have it now. I wish there was a good example out there in the world, because I like to go with what I can see in the world, where strong institutions are built by people without scruples. I've never seen that done. And if it was possible, I will highlight it and I will look for it. I will try to find a way you can do that peacefully. I just haven't seen it. The only way it can happen if something drastic happens, and then you create a new generation, young-minded people that are willing to take the risk, and no matter whose horse is God, and they will go ahead and put some strong structures in place. If you look at what Jerry Lawrence did, because it was so powerful at the time. This guy took how many heads of at least 3 of them, and they finished them off, and they executed so many people. And by the time he was done, he was the only man in town. He was so powerful. And he was able to create strong institutions in Ghana. And as a matter of fact, I think single-handedly, that man is the reason why Ghana didn't have a civil war. Is the only West African country that didn't have a civil war. One person did that. And it's an anomaly. You don't get those sort of people all the time. So often it's events that create such people. In a way, you can argue that events created Rawlings, because he was almost dead. He was rescued from jail. So after he was rescued from jail, you can see how that kind of person will be thinking. It's not like he was due to be executed the next day, if I'm not mistaken. So his mindset was different. He didn't think like normal people, and he was willing to take the risk then. So you have to have people that are created in such environment that allow them to see beyond their own lives. Then they can create institutions, and they don't mind. They will throw their children, their own family members, any of their friends, they will throw them into that institution, because they understand that it's not about them, it's about the people and the future of the betterment of the people out there. Otherwise, if you create another institution right now, Nigerians will just corrupt it. I said it in the other show. I've seen Nigerians where they will tell them, this is a good way to do this. Why don't you give this person the power to do this? And all they will see is that person will abuse that power, get more money from it, and they will not get what they are supposed to get from it. That is what Nigerians see in every system you create. I've seen it with my own eyes happen before my very eyes. So this is nobody telling me. And to change it, you really need drastic action. You need a strong leader to come in at first, set that pace, and set a lot of examples, no matter who, whether it's family, tribe, religion. Just do what needs to be done, even if it takes you 1 year. But once you put that thing in place and it works, people see that it works, they will embrace it. They will never depart from it again. And that's what Ghana is enjoying today.
Thank you. Strong leadership. Thank you. I'm going to come to Pansat. I think we're going to have a benefit of an elder, trying to advise on the way forward. Dear Pansat, I'm sure you've been listening to all the discussion.
Let me just ask something. Let me just say something quickly about what I discovered recently, to show you how weakened the African state has become. Do you know in the 70s, 80s, Toure of Guinea was able to hold American ambassadors and American people hostage. He was able to hold them hostage because Pansat, you're making a bit of noise. So he was able to hold them hostage because they held in Ghana, they held Guinean citizens as prisoners due to the fact that when they overthrew Kwame Nkrumah, that was 1966. An African leader took an American ambassador and officials hostage for that. You release my citizens, I release your own. And that guy died. He didn't die from that. He lived until 1984. That is something quite remarkable. I think that guy needs to be studied. It shows you how far Africa has fallen, that Nigeria didn't dare to go to the G20 summit because Trump didn't like it. And I don't think that, do you know that there was a Russian, this is African summit that happened in Egypt recently? Nigeria is nowhere to be seen there because we are so scared of our shadows. I thought I should share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Pansat.
All right, thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Yes.
And forefathers, don't do that again. When I'm about to talk, you gotta keep your mouth shut. You had your turn, right? Let me say that the way I address healthcare, all these verticals, is for us to pay attention to the main problem. We have to get our country back. We cannot innovate. Everybody here, the healthcare professionals like Dr. Adama and all those who have a foundation,
We have lots of people like that in the country and outside the country who are Nigerians, who take care of other countries. Our people are doctors and all kinds of medical professionals. So what we need to do, first of all, is to get our country back. We have finite resources.
Sorry, Dave, answer. Can you up your audio a little more so we can?
Yeah, can you hear me better?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's better? Okay. I'm going to be very short because I'm not looking at stuff like that. There's no way you're going to be a third world country, not taking care of take over your country, make use of the resources, and you over here planning a first world healthcare. How are you going to do it? When we are the second to the last in the index that measures healthcare in the whole world. Our healthcare index score is 49.1. The worst is Azerbaijan at 49.1 as well. I guess we're tied at the bottom. Now, out of the 10 worst are from Syria all the way down, Egypt, Morocco, stuff like that, to Nigeria and Azerbaijan. So we cannot fix it. So when we are running elections, we're running for healthcare. When people are campaigning to take over that country and people are voting out of tribal sentiments, atavistic sentiments, anachronistic sentiments, it's your healthcare, it's the students, the laboratories, innovation. That's what's on the ballot. So it's a distraction. I know maybe this is Adama's platform, so she wants to talk about, like on Dr. Damage's, they have the women talking about healthcare. They have the women talking about important stuff. I don't think we should bifurcate it. Everybody should now focus on taking our country back and taking those resources so we could then have innovation and have infrastructure, healthcare. Those things are very important, but they cannot come when people are pilfering a bulk of the resources. We have finite resources. What are you going to use for healthcare? Now, aside from that, the other problem we have is inequity in healthcare itself. Even if you have money, if the country has the money, the way our country is structured is for all sorts of inequities. For women need more than men when it comes to healthcare. The share for a good budget should be a lot more for the women and the elderly and the children and stuff like that. So I had 5 steps that I want to talk about, but since forefathers have used most of my time, now what I want is for us to focus on this 2027 and what's happening. Now, we Biafrans, those of us in the Southeast, we're Biafrans, we've brought our Israel. We used to boast with it all the time. So we're going to bring our Israel. That were Jews, and we're going to bring our Israel down here. If you don't respect us, we've brought our Israel. They're coming. And so we cannot be discussing important stuff like healthcare. We should be talking about taking that country back so that the resources will go to our people and not the elite. So I want you to watch. I was making a point last night. I was in another panel with forefathers. And forefathers, I want to call you out on this. If you are a decent person, when a Nigerian such as myself, or a Biafran such as myself, I come on a panel and the host of that place is unfair, you ought to quit. You just don't go, oh man, you did something wrong, and you keep on talking, yapping, talking nonsense. You're supposed to sacrifice. You're supposed to have courage. It's as important as healthcare. Having courage. Rejecting evil, right? You were there when I was making my salient points that got to the bone marrow even last night. So I will exit the panel and have you talk about this healthcare stuff. But remember, you cannot go out there having first world amenities, laboratories, innovation, great, less inflation, unless you pick the leaders who have empathy. You pick leaders who would give you that health care. You pick leaders who want to compete with the rest of the world. You don't pick people with small aperture who cares very little about women, about children, about school, about prestige even. So Don't go trying to bifurcate it, have the men talk about all that kind of stuff, and then the women talk about healthcare or sex. So I thought we got rid of Pastor here, who was doing that. So it's a distraction. We're gonna go into that trenches. We're gonna select the leadership that we need for that country. That's how we're gonna get first world solutions. Thank you very much. You have a question for me?
Thank you, Pastor.
Please don't go. Don't go.
Please don't go, please.
Okay, Adama. Okay,
Honestly,
go ahead.
in order for us to do all these things you say, don't you need to have your health first?
No, it's like the chicken and the egg, right? In this case, we'll know which one came first. The analogy of the chicken and the egg, which one come first. You cannot, even if you attain it 1 year, well, you have bad leaders, because we have finite resources. In Nigeria, especially where you have our revenue comes from oil. You have people come and take the oil. Like Dangote, for example. He's got the 100% of our oil. Then you have Tinubu, the president of the country, is the minister of, where are you going to get the money to do healthcare? Is it cheap? Even here in the United States, healthcare is not cheap. And especially when you have leaders who don't care, right? If they have no empathy. So women need healthcare more than men. Kids, adults, there'll be inequity, even if the money is there, but they wouldn't even leave the money there. Are we a bunch of goons? So if we take over the country and we have leaders who care, who are accountable to the people, then Nigerians they're just the best in the world when it comes to things like that, innovation.
Okay, Pansa, thank you, thank you so much. Yeah, Loco P, Happy New Year. I see eyes on. I'll come to you. Hold your thought, Dr. Sholaj, please. I'll get to you. Let me take a Loco P. I'm sure you've been listening to our discussion. Quite a lot of things we've touched, bordering on safety and security. I don't know how much of it you've heard, but looking ahead, we're looking at what do we really need to do to deal with the various issues, if you're listening, that we have itemized. It's like there's a serious rot, in standards, government failure, institutions are weak, even the citizens are also culpable, so it looks like it's a general malaise all over. What would be your panacea, in trying to see how the country can get out of this mess?
Well, hello everyone. Well, first thing first, I think we have to be responsible, for our surrounding, governance or whatever we want to call it, start from the home, and it's what we learn in our environments we definitely take out there to put in the public. When it comes to taking responsible for anything, many times we fall short. We just want to believe that's how it's done. It's the Nigerian way, you understand? And if there's no, reward for bad behavior, punishment for bad behavior, a typical Nigerian man is one who definitely want to repeat it over and over again because they found convenience in whatever they're doing, especially when it has to do with something that they think they're going to benefit from. Also with the fact that even institutions, are still lacking in that aspect of, punishing bad behavior. Like by the time you are punishing bad behavior, it will get to a time where this person that you want to punish, you not discover that is from your church, from your tribe, from your town, and then you want to hold back to like, okay, I don't want to make enemy. Instead, let me look away. So before you know anything, you look away for him, and if you don't look away for the other person, somebody who is your subordinate will now checkmate you to like, why? Is it because it's your tribeman you left him? Why won't you leave my own tribeman or my own religious person? Before you know, like a canker worm spreads to everybody, then nobody starts checking anybody because nobody wants to offend anybody. But if we are responsible enough to say no, discipline yourself, no matter whose us is God. If it's my person, like the judge will say, they close their eyes, they don't know who is their father, they don't know who is their mother, they give the judgment, regardless of whoever is there. I think by so doing, it will go a long way to. It may take time, but a typical Nigerian wants to see discipline enforced. You understand? Because if I'm Mr. A and I see one Mr. B who is even stronger than me get punished for bad behavior, psychologically, nobody will tell me. I will automatically adjust. Because if they can deal with this person that I see is bigger than me, who am I that they will not deal with? And nobody really wants to be dealt with. So I think in as much as we still blame this decision, individually we lack discipline. We've always want to, pass. I think there was somebody who was even saying here for the last episode, said, I think if a year, she was saying she has somebody who was the traffic and just for nothing's sake, anyhow, just go through the traffic when it was showing red lights. You understand? Though, yeah, there was nobody to be punished, or there was nothing in place to punish that person instantly. But the person, I just conveniently just believe nothing will happen and just go through the traffic lights. You understand? So if that person who is, correcting her or surprised that she passed through the traffic to like, no, why are you doing this? And the driver just obeyed and like, okay, that's true. Let me just wait. You understand? I don't think you will have that experience, but our anyhowness in Nigeria has pushed us to the extent that you can just do anything. There's no reward for or no punishment for bad behavior, because even those that we look up to, which is our politicians, our pastors in the church, traditional rulers, we also see them doing this bad behavior and they go away with it. So if they can do it, why can't we do it? So I think before we blame the government, we still have to check ourselves first. Like, in your own way, what do you do? Have you checked all the boxes in your side first before expecting it from somebody else? By doing so, all of us will fade. You understand? And when it comes to safety as a habit, professionally, Nigeria, we don't. We don't really take our everyday jobs as a hobby, because we are supposed to take safety as a hobby, like something we love doing. Just nothing's sake, just whatever you want to do, just be safe. Take it as a hobby. But a typical Nigerian will tell you, even if you are seeing the danger out there, and they will tell you it's not my portion. And I always tell these people, if it's not your portion, whose portion is it? You say, God forbid, it's not my portion. Okay, if it's not your portion, okay, is it my portion? If it's not your portion, whose portion is it? So because it's not your portion, so everybody should just be careless. You get my point? So we should be seen, but I might also throw some jab to these our religious leaders, because they're also the one causing all this problem. Watching the Nigerians to like, oh, don't worry, the Lord is with you. Buy this oil, take this armband, you are safe. Meanwhile, those whatsoever they call themselves, that the Jews, they take securities and protect themselves. They want to be safe. They want to safeguard themselves, but they give you this pamphlet, oil, and handband, and whatever they give you, olive oil, to go and protect yourself. So when it comes to safety, when it comes to Nigeria, is zero. You understand? And coming to back to the safety for Joshua and whatever, it's just so pathetic. Like the 3 passengers in that car, you understand? They are from a country, came from a country where, when it comes to safety in driving, it's top notch. Because I've seen drivers in America, I've seen drivers in the UK. The drivers are in the UK. Yeah, we have accidents in the UK, but when it comes to safety, they take it far higher than in America. You get my point? And those 3 persons in the car, they are from the country where they take their driving lessons or take safety seriously when it comes to driving. And allowing that driver to go that speed, that's fast, without even them, even me as a Nigerian, I've been in a situation whereby I'm in a passenger bus or passenger vehicle or whatever. And the driver is too fast. Hey, driver, we're not the hurry. I beg, please slow down. We're not the hurry. Slow down. Not to talk of these 3 professionals who come from a developed place where they take driving safety very serious, and allowing that driver to be on that high speed, saying nothing to him, cautioning him before getting to that spot. I don't know. And why are we not hearing from the driver? You understand? Like you said, we don't even take this serious. If not by now, like in America, where you have this accident investigation bureau, You get, we don't even have such in Nigeria that will investigate the driver, investigate Anthony Joshua, as interrogate like what happened in the car. Where were you? Were you guys sleeping? Were somebody this or that, whatever? No statement have been put by any accident investigating team, even whether from the road safety or traffic marshal, road marshal, or what have you. You understand? Even police or journalists to say, okay, Mr. Driver, you're okay. Sound ahead. What happened? Did you sleep on the steering? Did anybody, swerve you? Was it a flat tire? Was it armed robber chasing you or what have you? You have a security car behind you guys. The security people behind, what did you see? What happened? You understand? Yeah, Joshua might be days, maybe not recovering from whatever, but at least 2 or 3 days by now, because he's still in Nigeria as we speak. It can still be questioned, interviewed. Like, what happened? Because not because they want to like put any story out there, but for investigation purpose. Because this guy is a world international star. So I think the world deserve to know exactly what happened on that very journey, that fateful day.
Okay, look,
that incident, not that what's it called, investigation not coming out, shows a lot to say about our safety, bureau, that safety or whatever profession that we've lacked far. We still have a long way to go when it comes to safety in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. But let me ask you this question, just a quick answer before I go to Aizon. So, in your opinion, do you think there's hope
for
the country?
Yeah, see, there's lots of hope. Yeah, there's
Mr.
massive.
Tony, can you check the private section chat, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's a loss of hope. You understand? It's just like the truth is out there. The direction is there. It's just for Nigerians to just refocus their direction and focuses on the right track. As far as there's life, you understand? The people look. See, Nigerians are smart. Nigerians are educated. They still have sense. You get my point? But the truth is just nobody is just there. Whether it's the leadership or self-awareness, just to redirect our focus to this track. For us, it's never too late. There's hope, because we can't just say no, throw the baby and the battle that winner. No, it's not happening. It's never going to happen, because we still have generations who still have like 70 years to live. There are people in Nigeria who still have more than 70 years to live. So there's definitely hope for them to still focus on the right direction. But it's just that whoever is handling the baton to the next generation, whether it's our own to hand over to them, or is this useless leaders that don't know the left from the right to hand over to us, so we know what to do with it before we hand over to the next generation. It's just the issue.
Okay. I have to stop you. I'm sorry. I have to stop you. We've spoken for a long time. Good. Hey, is not Tebraye.
Tobra, economy, do.
Well done. Happy New Year. You have been listening.
I've been listening.
You have been listening. I don't know how much of the discussion you followed, but generally, how do you react to the things that you have heard that we're talking about?
First of all, Happy New Year to everyone. Adam Mandeo.
Mandeo is on. Mandeo.
So yeah, I've been listening. It's interesting. I think some people are more glass half empty than I am. I'm more glass half full, and I'll explain why. But with the Anthony Joshua situation, I'm actually a very big fan of Anthony Joshua. Very unfortunate and very sad. We've seen similar car accident fatalities like this with Thiago Jota from Liverpool last year. We also saw the actor, I believe his name is Paul, I've forgotten his last name, from Fast and Furious.
Paul
Walker, who died in a car wreck, speeding very fast as well. Unfortunately, these things happen. I think our knowledge of Nigeria and some of the, I guess, inefficiencies makes us question the reasons and question the response time and all the other aspects of what transpired during and after the tragedy. I think with what's happened, obviously we can't bring anyone back to life. I hope Joshua fights again, but it's going to take some real psychological rehabilitation to bring him back from this type of trauma, not even the physical part. But I think any society that has something like this, it should serve as a reflection point for a complete audit of our roads, our response time. I heard there's a minimal number of ambulances in Ogun State. I don't know how factual that is. You just hear these things on the internet. But the thing is, Ogun State itself should do a complete audit. And this should be a key reflection point. Unfortunately, I'm not holding my hopes up that that audit will take place. But regardless of, most of you have highlighted a lot of issues, and you're right, whether it's the proliferation of illicit or substandard drugs, the corruption within NAFDAC, and the like, it's all accurate. But I'm optimistic, and I'll tell you why, Tony. Do you remember when Nigeria had the Ebola scare? Do you remember? The Ebola scare, where the diplomat from Liberia came into Nigeria with Ebola and landed in Lagos. He came for a Christian kind of event, and it was going to spread. Imagine Ebola spreading through Lagos. I saw something I have never seen in my life before. I saw Nigerian medical authorities, a lady who sacrificed her life to prevent the spread of Ebola all through Nigeria. She came in contact with our patient. She immediately quarantined the patient. She immediately gathered and mobilized people, and they did tracing. I heard someone talk about tracing. They did tracing of this patient, everyone he came in contact with on the plane, people that he came in contact with that traveled to the east. They traced them, they identified them, they isolated them, they curbed the spread of Ebola. Ebola at that time was killing people by the thousands in Guinea and Sierra Leone and some other countries.
DR Congo.
And DR Congo. This lady solved that issue in a very short time. I think it took something like a week. I saw Nigerian authorities act in a way that I have never seen in my life before. UNICEF, United Nations actually gave us an award for the way we were able to tackle, curb, quarantine, and isolate Ebola. We actually handled Ebola better than the United States. Do you remember that time?
True.
Ebola came into the United States and it spread, and the Center for Disease Control was panicking and they couldn't handle it, and different people were being identified. We handled it better. That woman that did that, she was a medical doctor. There should be a monument in Lagos to her. Obviously, there isn't, and we all know why, but there should be a monument to her because she sacrificed her life and she curbed Ebola and she mobilized people. And I saw Nigerian institutions work in a way none of us could have predicted that would happen.
She physically restrained the man.
She physically restrained him.
And the man had to pee on her.
Yes. The Liberian president called into Nigeria, demanding that the diplomat be released, and the lady refused. And she told the presidency of Nigeria, if they release this man, Nigeria will be finished. And they curbed Ebola in Nigeria. Till today, we do not have cases of Ebola in Nigeria. So we saw our institutions work. We saw our institutions work in a way that we would never imagine. We saw Dora Akinyuli, who's another hero in my opinion, put her life at risk fighting this drug proliferation, this issue with drugs and fake drugs all around the country. And not only did she lose her life, her husband lost his life as well. But you have to realize that there are those elements within our systems, within our governments, within our institutions that need to be activated and given the authority to do what they want to do. And usually they are. We saw in the Ebola case, it was a matter of life and death. And they knew There's no room for corruption here. There's no room for bribery here. There's no room for any of these things. If this thing happens, we die.
Sorry, someone just posted Dr. Adedavo.
Dr. Adedavo, that's her name. Thank you very much, our person. So we know that these things exist, right? And I think Local P was saying that if the next man sees another man being held accountable, then that man will be act accordingly. Well, that's called enforcement of the law. We have laws in abundance in Nigeria, everywhere. State, federal, local government, we have laws everywhere. The problem is enforcement. And the reason why the enforcement is poor is because our law enforcement arm is in tatters. I wouldn't even say it's poor, it's in tatters. It doesn't exist, right? So that's the first issue that we need to tackle, is make sure that we have a proper law enforcement arm. For government institutions, in terms of solutions, have you ever heard of the Secret Shopper program? It's a program that they are instituted in big department stores you see it in most of the Western countries, but obviously I saw it in the United States. And this program, essentially, the corporation will send people that work for the corporation in quality control to go into stores as customers. And they will interact directly with the people on ground. And anything they see that's untoward, they will report it back to the corporation and immediate action will be taken. That's what we need in our civic society in Nigeria. Because the corruption that happens at every level, in every governmental institution, if the government decides to institute a Secret Shopper program where you have people associated with the DSS or one of these other government agencies associated with corruption, go in plain clothes and deal with these people. It could be at NAFTA, it could be at any other level. What you would see immediately is people start to fall in line because they will be held accountable and they don't know whether they're dealing with Tony, with Local P, with 2Naija, or with a DSS agent. And these things will bring everyone back in line because they don't know who they're dealing with. The bribery will stop automatically. So that's one other thing. And then I think for me, the final point is, when you look at the country at the state level, we can talk about ambulances. I'm from Delta State. I know Delta State has ambulances. We know Anambra has ambulances. We know several other states have ambulances. The healthcare at the state level could be pristine. If Ogun State wants more people like Anthony Joshua to come to its state, and he wants to have the kind of success and events, sort of like Dirty December or whatever type of event they need to have, they can focus inward. They can build world-class hospitals. They can get Nigerians in diaspora that have the experience to come back and create frameworks and operating procedures that work at all these levels to make sure that at every local government, they have top quality, whether it's a hospital or a clinic. But they have these things. They have good response time and their state roads are managed properly. So in terms of solution, I didn't want to come in and talk about all the issues because I listen to this program often and I think we've beaten the issues to death. But I think all those things are a number of different ways that things can be done. But all these things, of course, to Hansard's point, comes with leadership. The right person, whether it's at the state level or at the federal level or the local government level, it comes with proper leadership that will oversee and everything will go down.
Thank you, Aizon. Thank you. Good leadership, strengthening our institutions. Thank you so much. When you were speaking,
let me just corroborate something. You notice that. Finish what you're saying.
Please,
yeah, forefathers, go ahead.
You notice
that want to say something? Go ahead.
When Nigerians reacted was when they felt their life was at stake, and but it is reactionary behavior. You should be prepared beforehand, and that is part of the problem. I always argue against with Nigeria. It's always when lives are at stake. That's what garners the people. And if something catalytic happens to us, maybe we'll change. This is what I've been talking about.
Okay.
But please go ahead.
Thank you. So we are reactionary. Thank you. I saw when Aiza was
Sorry, I
speaking.
wanted to say, Mr. Tony, please,
Yeah.
just quick seconds. I'm adding to what my brother Aizon said. Yeah, nice one, bro. Like he just like well, I want to say like these things happen, yeah, and Nigeria work when if they want to work. Some certain situation, not all situation, but most of them they don't work. But little situation, if they want to work, they do work. I know that Nigeria is bad in many things, but we should not just because of any little thing look for a way to always throw jab to Nigerians and this and that. You understand? And judging to sorry, in addition to what he said concerning, there was a name he said about going as DSS investigating. In Nigeria, there's what we call Servicom. You understand? They used to have it in it doesn't work anymore. As in a couple of years ago, they used to have it in all civil anything government parastatal. It was mostly government based anyway, not private. They have Servicom where the customer go and reports in that wherever building you go and have bad service, whatever, you just go to the next office there, Servicom. Sometimes they even come out initially where they were instituted. They come out and pretend as to be customer or whatever clients and go there and whatever. And they have it all like say federal government or state government, local government office. But I don't know what happened. You can if you go there, you see the logo there, Servicom. Yeah, I think it died natural death. They were started. So I think in a nutshell, the institutions are there. Yeah, I think it's just this will, this enforcement. I don't know. Maybe we'll try it the first day, second day, leave them, but then they cash out. After some time, you go tire, something like that. Before you say Jack, it just died natural death. Like I said, I think it's the Nigerian thing. The will is not there. I don't know.
Okay.
Local P, when your president a drug dealer, how do you think one work now?
I saw that Dr. Shola wanted to say something. I want to hand over to Adamo. If Adamo is not there, I'll hand over to forefathers. But there was a point you wanted to make. I told you to hold on. So I don't know if you still like to make that point.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I want to do before Mr. Tony. Thank you so much for moderating for us. I appreciate it. I'm going to start with forefather and we'll go from the next person. Can we have our final submission so we can call it to an end? Thank you. Forefather, what would be your final submission on everything we've discussed so far? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think in summary, especially based on the submission of Aizo, it's clear that when we have an existential crisis is when people change. And the examples are present all over the world. And Nigeria, that example is quite poignant because Ebola was really, really bad. And the way it comes in, it just finishes you very quickly. And you can see why Nigerians will buckle up very, very quickly, try to deal with that. However, the problem with the reactionary approach is often not effective. We're lucky. And we're lucky that Ebola is the way it is. If it was any other form of threat that we face, it's not going to solve any problem. You can't prepare for defense when other people want to come and invade and destroy you. You can't prepare for defense when people have institutions that are designed to undermine your system continuously on a daily basis. Because we wait until we see the handwriting on the wall before we react. And that is a very, very concerning thing. But it's also a human thing. Like I said, until that day comes, when something wakes us up, we're going to carry on with the way we are right now. Most of the stuff we are saying that is going to transform the country, I don't see it transforming it. You're just creating another form of corruption within the country. Because that's the way we think at the moment. We don't understand that our actions lead to the poor situation we are all facing. We just refuse to see it. We just simply refuse. Until that time, until we start seeing that our individual action and everybody sees it at the same time, at least almost everybody sees it at the same time, that we are undermining our own progress by ourselves, then when we start seeing that, you will see that the country will be transformed very, very quickly, and it will be like magic. That country can be transformed. It's just that we need a catalyst. So maybe it's a leader, maybe it's Trump, maybe it's something, we don't know. Maybe a second Ebola 2.0 will save us. Something to force us to really focus and do things the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Doctor, is it rocket science? Countries have gone through, your last word, countries have gone through some of the things we're going through and they managed to, navigate through. Your last word, what say it to you now?
Yeah. Again, I will still want to be on the side of we being not just proactive alone, we want to be prepared. Be prepared, not this kind of fire brigade. And these patches of intervention coming when we have issues, it's not the way to go. We need to be ready. In 10 years from now, what's our goal? In 20 years, what's our goal? That's how we hand over things to our younger generation. And I think I would just want to close with the issue of the Ebola. You know, the reason why, one of the reasons why the United Nations kind of give it a pat at the back was because there was no any comprehensive template on how to manage Ebola when the outbreak came. So whatever we must have done, they will still give it to us because no country have ever experienced that kind of a thing. Right. But the issue of Anthony Joshua, there's a template on how to manage crisis. And so that was where we scored so low there. For the Ebola, no template. So we did, to them, that was the best and first experience. And they could use as a template for other nations to follow. So I just want to use that as a kind of, they don't look the same, but I appreciate the fact that they laid down their lives for us, and we thank God. I mean, it's not something that anybody, it's a great sacrifice. You know, the family, and my condolences still with them, and my heart goes to all the family that laid down their life. But I just want to say that, what Father made mention of the fact that the issue of learning, not learning, I mean, passing education to generations. I think we learn when you make your first submission. We learn either formally or informally. It's not just focus on the four corners where we learn. We learn from home, from our parents. These are informal where we learn. So in those days, we used to learn things from home, good values, good virtues. But those things are gone. So we need to go back to those informal learning where we pass good virtues to our children and to generations. But we should not limit that to four corners alone. And that's why I think we need to come together. And by and large, and lastly, I will say that the government has a role to play. They need to give us the template, the enabling environment, legislation, all that, to make sure the laws are followed and enforced. We cannot control like this. Fire brigade approach will never help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. If some people don't really like failure, but if you look at failure, the pointer to the fact that you haven't done something correctly. So it somehow is a teacher. So would you say that, again, your last word, going through all that you have said and all that has happened to our country, have we learned anything?
For me, I learned something. What I've learned is that.
No, that's for Ife. Sorry, Doctor.
Okay,
that's for Ife.
All right, thank you.
Shall I go ahead and finish up? I will say take half of my time.
Okay, I learned something.
Go ahead. I don't have much to say because yeah.
I learned something. There's a gap. Our emergency response system is zero. It's not to compare about. So therefore, we have a template on how people respond to emergencies. There's a gap between the first responder. The gap those street boys came to fill, that's an assault. That, to me, that is an embarrassment. So that gap is what I'm focusing on. We need to close that gap. What do? We need to ensure education. People that must do this thing must know how to rescue people. So we need just to find a way to close that gap. It's not about the ambulance coming 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That gap is very important because that will determine those who probably will survive or not survive. So we need to close that gap medically, and that we have to fix our medical system.
Thank you. Ife, over to you.
Well, can I say something? If you make your final submission, could you please exit, if you don't mind, after making your final submission? And I just want to say thank you to all our panelists. Dr. Shola, thank you so much. Mr. Tone, you're the best. Thank you, sir.
If you go ahead.
So, I now understood what Shola, meant. when he said closing the gap. The truth of the matter is that if we want Nigeria to work, it will work. It's just that we are not yet ready for that country to work for us. Aisha will always say, we don't need activity. We need active citizens. We need active citizens. Also, in a situation like this, we need the politicians, the people in power. That's where they come in, in order to make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to do. For example, again, I'm using the airport. I know a lot of people will be wondering why you keep talking about, because this last trip was a very bad experience. I literally almost cried when I was coming back. Okay, if somebody like Festus Keyamo will call all the people at the airport or work at the airport and say, hey, all these things need to stop. And I say it needs to stop. If it doesn't stop, I'm going to let you go. Don't you think a lot of people will sit up? Don't you think all this forcefully collecting money from people will sit up? But again, how can he do that? He cannot do that because all of them are in the same, on the same program. So what I'm trying to say is this: all the ministers, all the commissioners, all the governors, all the people in power, if they actually want to work in their position. I remember when this guy is it the interior minister or whatever, somebody Ojo, initially came in. Oh, we're talking about passports. We all praise him I think the first few months. Now we are back to square one. Difficult getting the passport. We praised him initially, but he did not continue. So he has relapsed. So my thing is this, Nigerians, let us rise up, let us work together. If we want this country to work, if you still want to have one Nigeria, we need to unite together. Until then, if we don't, we are heading nowhere. And again, 10 years from now, we will think about, we'll replay this video. Instead of us moving forward, we'll be moving backward. Like somebody said, Nigeria, we need a tough hand in order for us to fix that country. If not, you get to a point, we won't have anybody in Nigeria. Everybody wants to japa, right? But after everything, we all want to go back home. There is nobody sitting down here that doesn't want to go home. Then the question is, what are you going home to do? And what are you going home to, what for are you going to Nigeria? I know we all love our country, trust me. But the change we are talking about is not only for people in Nigeria, including all of us that live in diaspora. So let us bring a solution. It's not every time we come in and talk about our problem, but there is no solution to the problem. Because if there is a solution to the problem or everything that we've been saying, we will see the progress back home, but we don't. So sometimes I feel like we coming here is just to talk to each other and go home. Let us get to the grassroots of what the problem we are having in our country. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night. Dexter, your last word, you did say that the elders are corrupting the young ones. So what kill off the young ones? Kill off the elders so that they will not corrupt the young ones. What do you think? Can we meet up? Is it possible for us to catch up with the rest of the world?
Yeah, so I also a friend of mine, and she posted on her status on WhatsApp, sudden breakthrough, my year of sudden breakthrough. I was just like, that's the problem we have with Nigeria. We expect that we will not do anything, things we just, things we just turn like that. Ain't gonna work. I thought let me give you what I think we can start doing on this platform. Okay? Every week we come here, we talk, we go. Maybe what we can start doing, Dr. Damages can start incorporating it. Okay? We have people that come on this platform that have very strong opinions on things. You should start giving them mandate. Okay, maybe give them a month. In a month's time, come and share with us your strategic plan to transform Nigeria. Give us a 10-year strategic plan. Let people start sharing the documents. You have people like forefathers that always come and talk, bomb the whole place. What we need is ICBM. You should come and give us Because you see, talk is cheap. Oh. Talk is very cheap. It was talk, normal talk that APC used to enter power, propaganda talk, $1, ₦1, you know. The talk is cheap, you know. So let us move away from talk on this platform. Let's make a purposeful effort. You know why? Because even if you kill off all the old people today, who would be on whose shoulders would leadership fall? You have to be ready. The question is, the good people in Nigeria, are they ready? You know how bad people took over politics in Nigeria in 1999? Because many good people did not believe that Abu Salami would hand over power. People that had got into politics in 1992, many people did not believe. So what you had was that many of the people that got into politics in Nigeria were all the people that had been having shady dealings with the military. You know? So you had good men that just stayed away. No, I ain't going to get involved in this thing. I'm not going to do it. Just stay away. Just, you know, let's leave it. And then all the bad people entered inside, and today we are crying for it. So from this platform, you see, transformation, I don't want to use the word revolution, transformation of society starts from small places like this. But we should now start making it purposeful. Come up with, Tony, maybe in January, end of January, come up with your own strategic transformation plan for Nigeria. The next 10 years, whichever place, Adamatu, come up with your own. Everybody, eccentricate, come up with your own. Then we'll compare. There is AI now. There is now AI. So it's easy for us to pass those documents, analyze them, and extract some juice from it. And then we can now start making it. You see, that is how, by the time we start getting that thing and start publishing it, we start making impact. You know, because we have to start making ideological impact. And I think that's one of the, because see, like Mr. Peter Obi used to say, if bread is selling for 200 naira in Port Harcourt and it is selling for 10,000 in Sokoto, people from Sokoto will be coming to Port Harcourt to buy that bread. If your product is good, I think the Japanese Toyota, good thinking, good product. If your product is good, people everywhere will come to get it. So on this platform, what we now need to start doing is to come up with a policy document. We should come up with, everybody should come up with it, and then we can synchronize it, and we can start marketing that document. Transformation plan in the health sector, transformation plan in the manufacturing sector, transformation plan in STEM, education, everywhere, even in leadership. Because we have people that are leadership, and it will help us to sieve the chaff from the wheat. Because
Thank you. We have to move. I think Adama wants to shut down. Well, thank you so much. Loco P, what's here now?
Well, Nigeria. Anyways, like I said, diaspora voting, yeah, we in diaspora, I think we've sit comfortable enough overseas. 2026, let's just try, even if it's one small step, and let's move towards championing diaspora voting. You understand? We can try the first time. They would reject it. Yeah, I know. But what about trying the second time and they reject it? Okay, what about trying the third time? Even the fourth or fifth time, whatever. But at least if we do that, yeah, I think it will get to, maybe before you get to the 10th time, I will try. Probably they'll start seeing reasons. You never can tell. But why not try and see the outcome? So I know Nigeria will, yeah, so first attempt, nobody wants to fail. So by so doing, there's no point trying, because we are afraid of failure, not knowing that failure is part of life. Failure is a good thing. The bad thing in failure is if you don't learn from it, that's why it's bad. Failure is good because it teaches you something. You learn. So I think all of us in diaspora, I think it's high time 2026. Please, let's come together, and we've spoken loud here and clear, and we've said that, yeah, we have best brains abroad who who are people who really think, with their hearts on. So we can just, serve as patriots to our country. If it's the last thing we do for our country, just to make sure we're all involved in the leadership in our country, I think it will go a long way, helping us. And I'll have it short. But Eccentricals, let me ask you one question, please. Did you
No.
No.
Eccentricals will
Just
speak.
yes or no.
We're trying to round up. We're trying to round up. Please,
I know,
please,
just yes or no.
please.
Eccentricals, sorry. Did you do a video, whatever, on Tariq's post concerning Anthony Joshua? Or do you live in New York? Okay, sorry. No, not you then. There was somebody that sounded like you and whatever. I told you it was. I said, let me just find out. So that's that. So cheers, peace out, guys. Eyes on, Eccentricals, Tony, yeah, them on. Cheers, peace out.
Thank you. Good night or good morning. Go ahead.
Okay.
The last word.
Yeah, thank you. I don't try. Okay, I think, this platform that Dr. Damages has, there are a couple of other platforms out there that really talk about a lot of issues, and they do a good job of bringing a lot of issues to the fore. They cover it in ways that we don't see on our eyes or channels, and they give, especially people in diaspora like ourselves, the ability to come on and talk and give opinions that maybe educate others, and it helps. There's a saying that you may not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you, and whether you like it or not, the outcome of politics will affect your lives. I think for us, especially us in diaspora, what we need to do is start to think about how to mobilize, whether it's at a state level, even at the local government level, or at a federal level when national elections come through. We've seen how political action committees work. They call them PACs in the United States. We have to be able to identify a way to mobilize and have PACs on ground in Nigeria, funded by Nigerians in diaspora. We can be on ground. Most of us will never be on ground, but we can fund campaigns through PACs, which will represent interests we want. It will advocate for policies. It can even be at the state level. It can be at the federal level. With this election coming up now, most of us would like to see Obi win in ADC, which is a long shot in my opinion, but that's what we want. And if that's what we want, then we need to find ways to have PACs that will support him so he can win that primary. Essentially, if we don't do these things and we continue to have conversations about these issues, we're going to be like a dog chasing its tail, because it's just going to be a revolving door constantly. And the clowns we don't like will continue to get in power. But if we're able to really leverage PACs through our money that we have because of Forex, then we can start to really push to implement policies. When we speak, the governor or whomever would have to listen, and they would have to take action to do things that we want. And I think that is ultimately the solution that we need to take a look at seriously. Because if we don't, forget it, nothing will ever change. Tony, Adama, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Eccentricals, my brother. Go ahead.
Man.
The last word.
Last word. So, man, I'm like multitasking, watching basketball and listening to this. I kind of lost some of my thoughts. Obviously, in conclusion, I would say, we need to deal with traceability. The government needs to work on traceability, in order to be able to trace, where all these drugs are coming from. And also locally, people can play roles as well in making the country a better place, right? And regulating most of these things that we talk about, right? People can play positive roles, and alerting like the police or NAFTA about if they see anywhere, people that make fake drugs and what have you, right? That's where the citizenry can play a role. The only problem I have is like, in order for you to extract patriotism from people, you have to do something for the people, right? And Ism talked about P2B. My problem with P2B is his platform doesn't have anything that's concrete, right? I've listened to him talk when he defected to ADC. I listened to his speech, right? Most of it is like empty rhetorics. They are all abstract, nothing concrete. He never said anything like he's going to do for the citizens that were pretty concrete, right? He would just talk like a normal politician. You know, we need candidates that have like concrete plans, right? Concrete plans, and then create a roadmap on how to make those plans work. You know, that's that. I will personally not. I like the idea of forming a pack, right? But I would not back a candidate like Peter Obi because his ideology doesn't align with mine. My ideology is people centric. I'm all about the working class people, and I believe that's how we can unite. That's a united messaging, right? Working class messaging, instead of emphasizing people's ethnicity and race, we can talk. The ethnicity and their tribe, religion. We can talk about what unites us, which is being the working class people, right? And also, I think we can also play a role in making the country a better place. We don't have to solve all the problem. The little that we could do could go a long way, right? Like in my dad's village, the person who actually built the road was a single person that built the road, right? He got some money. I don't know how he got his money, but he was able to use an infrastructure that the state should have built, but he didn't wait for the state. He did it. That means individuals can do work, right? We can do work. We just need to identify areas where we can do work. It could be something as little as building libraries in our villages, countrysides, right? You don't have to build the infrastructure. You can float the idea. They can give you a place, and you just send them books, right? Send them use computers. That little thing can go a long way, right? And I believe that we can. Yes, we can. There are a lot we can do, even though we are not in America. I mean, we're not in Nigeria. We can, we can play a role in making the country a better place. It's not all about the government. The individuals, because it's our country. It's not just the government. It is our country. And also, I believe in civic education. It needs to be incorporated. A lot of people don't know how most things work. Things that we are exposed to that are part of our everyday life. People are not privy to those things. We can educate our people when we go back. We can organize conferences where we can talk to our people, educate them on things, on their rights, and on how they can better the environment. Like, for instance, I remember when I traveled to Nigeria, I went to Aba, right? People were drinking sachet water, and they were throwing it in the drainage systems and clogging the drain system. So I was like, hey, you don't really have to, because you're polluting your environment. And you talk about mosquito, there were a lot of mosquitoes there, right? And a lot of people, we associate removing trees and plants with having civilization, but that's wrong, because I live in Washington State. It's a very green city, right? We should let people know that having this natural environment is important, because when you have trees, you create an environment for the life forms to actually regulate all these mosquitoes, right? Mosquitoes that could cause malaria. If you have trees, you have birds that can live on that tree. Those birds can regulate the mosquitoes. Those type of education doesn't have to come from the government. It can come from organizations that we can form and inform the people and talk to the landlords, build a tree in front of their houses. So the birds can, so you can regulate this mosquito problems, right? And those things doesn't require a lot of money, doesn't require a lot of funding.
Okay, Eccentric, I have to stop you there because
Sure.
we have to close. We have to close. We've been on this for a long time. I want to hand over to Dr. Adama. I want to thank you for the opportunity. And I want to thank all those who have been on the platform and those who are also posting. Thank you, everyone. I hand over to Adama. Thank you so much, Adama. Great job. God bless you. Happy New Year, everyone.
Goodbye.